Check, check, check. Big up, everybody. How you doing? We here. Just wait for Mr. Pelu to come through. Um, and we'll get started. Give me like 1 minute. Mr. Pelu, I sent you that link on in the Discord. Did you get it? Let me see something. Is it coming up live, you guys? Or... Okay. We got Mr. Pelu.
How you doing? How you doing, Jen? How you
Good,
doing?
good, 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 good. How's it going?
It's going fine. It's going fine. Everything's doing perfect.
Good.
Thank God. We're here today to begin
Yes,
a
sir. Yes,
new
sir.
chapter, a new chapter in our intellectual development and discourse. And hope and I appreciate everybody for coming out and joining us in this initiative. Uh, um, um, it all started from Jen wanting to make a book club on discourse, and I and I
Mhm.
and I said, "Hey, Jen." I don't know. I mean, if we were to do all that, it will be a couple people who gonna be online with us, and how many people really gonna really see on Discord the little talk we're gonna talk. We might as well make a production and do YouTube. So that's where we at right now. So that's how this came about. So we said let's make a YouTube production and have participation and have it be out and let it be a series. So we want you to participate, leave comments. Everybody, leave comments. Join us on the chat, and so it's not just me and Jen having discussion. It's me and Jen facilitating a discussion with all those interested in this type of discourse. So thanks y'all for coming. Thank you. That's my intro for today. That's my intro.
Great intro, Mr. Pelu. Thanks everyone for coming through. So we're going to be going through this book. It's called The Common Ground Between Islam and Buddhism, and it's written by Reza Shah Kazemi, introduced by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. And what does HRH stand for? His Royal Highness Prince Ghazi bin Mohammed, Professor Dr. Hashim Kamali. So, how do you want to, like, do you want me to read and then you could just tell me to stop and we can go through? Or,
Yep. Those type of things. Yep. I want you to be the main reader, and I'll tell you when to stop, and I'll start a discussion on every time I find a talking point worth discussing. You understand? We should do it like that.
all right, awesome. Give me 1 second. I'm going to shut my door real quick. One sec.
Fine.
All right, how's the screen share look? Is it good? Can everybody see good? Stream out.
See, is there a way you can make it like the whole screen and take out your background? Can you just make it like just the text? Yep, there we go. Oh, I mean, that's better. Or you could no. Yeah, I mean, I still want our faces there. Yeah, let's keep our faces. Can you make it in the middle?
Nah, that's all I got is like this or like this. I don't
Okay.
have like the upgrade version, so that's what I'm
Oh no,
saying. It's either
no. Oh, okay. So is out of this one or what? Out of this one, or what's the other bigger one?
or just
You're
this
not,
one.
no. The other one's better because I want them to see us when I want them to know we in the house. We in the house with them.
All right, bet. Okay, so the forward. This is an important and pioneering book which seeks to find common ground between the teachings of Islam and of Buddhism. It is my hope that on the basis of this common ground, followers of each tradition may come to appreciate the spiritual truths their different paths entail, and from this development, a basis for respect for each other's practice and beliefs. This may not have occurred very often before because there has been so little opportunity for real understanding between these two great traditions. This book attempts to set that right.
Okay, Jen. Okay, let's start with that.
Hmm.
Um, to begin, I want to reemphasize that this forward is from the His Holiness the Dalai Lama.
Right,
You understand? So if it's from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he is the head of Tibetan Buddhism. He's
right,
the head of Tibetan Buddhism around the world, and he plays an important position. He's holy. He's supposedly he's supposedly their head of state in exile in a way. You understand?
correct.
So
Yep.
you know, and the reason why I have to emphasize this because everybody this discussion is for our learning and it's just so we make learning accessible to everybody. Just even on an amateur level or whatever level. Let's have learning and discussion and talk. So it's good to understand the works that we're dealing with and who's writing the work and their importance. And these people who are contributing to the work have great modern day importance, especially in the fields that they're talking about. That's why I have the Dalai Lama moving forward. Yep.
Awesome. Good. Yeah. Yeah, he's won the Nobel Peace Prize, all kinds of stuff. And he may be the last Dalai Lama of his kind because the interference of China will not let his successor, um, they won't allow him to pass the successorship. So he may be the last one, but hopefully
Oh,
not. Okay, so the
no,
Buddha. Oh,
no, wait. Before you read, it's some comments. Okay, let's hear. Born Rich made a comment. He says, let's go. The Quran says that we can only relate to Abrahamic religions. Um, in the forward in this book, you'll see that it doesn't necessarily say only relate to Abrahamic religions. It has a special relationship to Abrahamic religions, but it's not the only religions it relates to. It relates to any religion or any ideology that people have. You know what I'm saying? There's so many dimensions to Islamic creed. You have to understand different dimensions because even outside of the Abrahamic religion, we have a status called Dima, and Dima is the protected. We deal with all types of stuff because even in the prophet's time, they had and a little bit after that, they had to deal with non-Abrahamic religions, especially like Zoroastrianism. They were given Dima status by the caliphate at that time, even in the even in the Rali period of Abu Bakr and Umar, and even into the periods of Uthman and Ali. So yeah, so we did we had whatever religion is around, we have to deal with. Everybody has to deal with whatever is around because we have to deal with each other as human beings, and we have to deal with how we should think and how can we relate to each other. So that's the reality of life. And from my preliminary, uh, um, uh, um, um, from my preliminary,
I feel like
preparation.
you're cutting out. Is he
Hmm?
cutting out, you guys? Like, it, I feel like you're cutting out a little bit. Like your mic
Now
is
can you hear me now?
like yeah, that's better. Like I feel like you were muffled,
Okay.
maybe like it was in your shirt or something.
Maybe I put it
Okay,
closer
that's
to my mouth.
perfect. Right there, right there.
Oh,
Perfect,
I'm
perfect.
sorry. I should have put it where my closer to my. I should have put
No,
it where
that's
my
okay.
closer to my mouth.
But
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. As I was
Mhm.
saying, yeah. Yeah, so Islam has to deal with every religion because it's part of reality. We have to deal with all the other religions. I was gonna briefly say what I said before, like even in some of the Prophet and some of the early Sahabas, you have to deal with Zoroastrians who weren't people of the book, but they have to relate to them, even in status of dini. You know, so it's different ways to relate to different religions and for different reasons. So, and hopefully in the reading, we'll show you that Islam does put a premium on tolerance, and everybody should. Islam is not even about Islam. I know we deal with Islam and Buddhism, but we want this conversation to transcend Islam and Buddhism to be an example of ethical humanitarian discourse between people. So even transcending the two religions that we're talking about, that's what our goal in this endeavor, in this initiative. All right, Jen.
Right. Okay. So it says the Buddha taught that every sentient being has a mind or consciousness whose fundamental nature is essentially pure, unpolluted by mental distortions. We refer to that nature as Buddha nature or the seed of enlightenment. From that point of view, every being can eventually achieve perfection. And also, because the nature of the mind is pure, we believe that all negative aspects can ultimately be removed from it. When our mental attitude is positive, the negative actions of body and speech automatically cease because we believe every sentient being has such potential, all are equal, everyone has the right to be happy and overcome suffering. The whole Buddhist way of life is based upon principles of deep respect for the welfare of all our fellow beings. It's a system based on the practice of compassion. So,
Wait,
yeah,
wait. Wow, Jen, that was so much said. You know what I'm saying? It was so much said. And
that's
and
basically what we believe summed up. Like, mhm,
yeah, yeah. And the thing about it though, the beliefs of Buddhism summed up as taught by as none other than His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, right?
mhm,
If
yeah,
you look, even if you look at the way he teaches it, as a Muslim, it is essential, or it is just it is just such an ingrained part of the Islamic religion that we also believe that humans are naturally born good. We believe in we call it. I'm sorry. Let me put the thing closer to my mouth. Yeah, we believe that humans are naturally born good. We believe in the fitra. We call it fitra. So it's similar to what even from the sound you could tell that they have a common humanitarian, naturalistic mindset behind the religion, because they both speak to from the Islamic perspective and from the Buddhist perspective, as related by the Dalai Lama. They both speak to the inherent cleanliness of human nature. You understand? From
mhm,
both an Islamic perspective and from a Buddhist perspective. So, and that's what we wanted. That's what I said earlier. We wanted to do, and that's part of our talk, is to facilitate ethical humanitarian discourse. But as you can see that, if you as you can see that, this type of discourse is inherent in the outlooks of the religions. When you go to their roots, you understand. They're both rooted in trying to connect to our original nature, to our
right,
original nature. They all both the religions have the aim, the ambition of maintaining, connecting, and living out the original nature.
exactly. And that's exactly what our goal is too. Is that like all of the negative and influences that come from outside is like not who we are. So it's it's all a part of like the non-self doctrine and non-attachment. So, all right, let me go on to the third paragraph. My Muslim friends have explained to me that since God is characterized as compassionate and merciful, faithful Muslims are actually offering complete submission to the idea of universal compassion. This means God's compassion can flow through the actions of the faithful. Such a practice is clearly a way of purifying the mind and seems to parallel what the Buddha himself said about the importance of actually living your life in a compassionate, ethical way. Thus, from a Buddhist point of view, the practice of Islam is evidently a spiritual path of salvation. Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Um, and the word we use for that is ikhlas, or just kalas, and it's salvation. And even we know we find salvation in absolute monotheism, and that's our version of how we find salvation. But in the end of the day, we're all looking for salvation. I mean,
What's
we
the
have
word
certain
for it?
ikhlas,
Ikhlas. Oh, okay.
ikhlas, and you can also say kalas or kalas. And they both mean cleanliness. It means like getting rid of stuff. It means
Yeah, I
like
thought kalas meant like it's done, like it's over, no
yes,
more.
it's getting
Like,
rid of stuff, but it's a good thing too, because we get rid of all our everything that's holding us back from absolute joy. That's
mm,
what it also means too. If you look up the word, if you look up the word like wait, yeah, if you look it up, because I'm about to nah, actually don't worry about it, but um I'll get back to that. I'll get back to that. I'll get back to that. I'll get back to that word, but yeah, but and it's Kalas and okay, but then anyway, speaking of Kalas, let me no okay I'll get back later. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Okay, yeah, because this is only two more paragraphs, and then that's the end of his forward. So it says clearly, compassion lies at the heart of the teachings of both Islam and Buddhism. It also lies at the heart of other great religious traditions. It's my heartfelt hope that recognition of this fundamental shared principle will be grounds for Muslims and Buddhists to overcome any sense of weariness they may feel about each other and develop a fruitful, trusting friendship. The time has certainly come for followers of the world's great religions to work together to create a more compassionate and peaceful world. Like, that's so true. Like, I feel like at the end, most religions, they all have the same goal of like some kind of freedom, right? You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
instead of
yeah,
always battling and trying to like debunk each other and say, like, get some kind of gratification or validation out of making other people feel bad, like there's so much that they could be doing together to make the world like actually a better place, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it says, I would like to express my deep gratitude to my friend Prince Ghazi bin Mohammed, who has several times welcomed me to Jordan and who, as a result of our conversations, then has initiated this admirable project. Conversations with him and other Muslim friends confirm me in my conviction of the profound value of encouraging dialogue between the world's great spiritual traditions, and I pray that its consequences may be fruitful and far reaching. That was written January 21st, 2010. So, yeah, that's the first forward by His Holiness.
Yes, yes, yes. So that's great. That's great.
It's a good
Now,
introduction.
yep.
A good little page, yeah. But he has, like, if you look up Dalai Lama, like, conversation with Muslims, he definitely has, like, a lot of interfaith dialogues on YouTube, like, hour sessions, like, talking
Mhm.
with different people from around the world, different Muslims, like, leaders and things like that. So is one of his like lifelong like he would love to see like religious harmony, and that's what he does, a lot of interfaith things. He went to talk to the Pope, like like he goes to the Golden Temple for a pilgrimage for the Sikh, to the Sikh Golden Temple. um he goes there regularly. He's been there a couple of times, a couple of different videos. So it's I think there needs to be more of like bridge building and less shit slinging, So all
Yeah.
right, I'm gonna go ahead with this. Unless you want to start with the next one.
No, you can read. You can read.
Okay. Says, in the name of God, the compassionate, merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet Muhammad. Introduction to Common Ground by His Royal Highness Prince Ghazi bin Muhammad. And this is the Prince of Jordan, correct?
Yeah, yeah. This is Bria. He's a Jordanian prince.
Okay.
He's a Jordanian prince. He's in the royal family. I don't know what position he's in the royal family. If you read it, then in the end, I'll tell you his position and all this stuff. Yeah, I'll look it up.
Okay. The religion of the world and world peace. As of the year 2010 CE, 1431 AH, I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. AH means the year of the Hijra. Okay, the Hijra years are the years that the Islamic calendar goes by, and the Hijra was a time when the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, went to the he had to leave Mecca to go to Medina, right? And when he leaves Mecca to go to Medina, it's called you doing Hijra. It means a journey. And that year the Hijra starts the Islamic calendar. So every year we're going on the Islamic
Oh
calendar.
wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
that's what the Islamic calendar, the year that the Islamic calendar starts, and it's so it's been 1431 lunar years in 2010, right? And matter of fact, that's the year I accepted Islam. But side note,
Oh
but
wow.
but um but
Okay.
yeah, but in that year though, in that year and but you understand with this lunar years is about 11 days shorter than our solar year do
The
because
solar year, right?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
because it only counts the sun. It don't count. I mean, it only counts the moon. It don't count the sun. That's why
yeah.
some others. Oh, yeah, yep. That's
Goes
why
by
to
full
keep.
moon cycles. Yeah, the Buddhist calendar is like that too. It goes
Yeah,
by full moon, full moon,
by full moon. Yep, that's how we go.
moon half.
But let me ask you this though. But do you have a leap month? A leap month? Like every couple years you have you add a month. Is that how y'all do it, or you don't do that at all?
I don't know exactly how the calendar goes, but I know it goes like there's like um
Is the Buddhist one the same as Chinese New Year or something different?
yeah, yeah, it goes by that one. It goes by that one. Their New
Okay.
Year's, yeah, they go by Chinese New Year. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yep.
All right. So it says at least 80% of the world's population of 6.7 billion humans belong to four of the world's many religions. Four out of five people on the earth are either Christian, Muslim, Hindu, or Buddhist. Since religion, from the Latin word religio, meaning to retie man to heaven, is arguably the most powerful force in shaping people's attitudes and behavior in theory, if not in practice. It follows logically that if there is to be peace and harmony in the world, there must be peace and harmony with between religions and such, and in particular between the world's four largest religions.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, speaking of Prince Ghazi, who we talking about? Prince Ghazi is he's a prince and he is he's a professor of philosophy. He's a prince and he's a professor of philosophy and and you know and he's the son. He's the son of Prince Mohammed bin Talal of Jordan and his first wife, Princess Princess Piryal. He is the grandson of King Talal of Jordan and the first cousin of King Abdullah II, in 18th line in the succession of the Jordanian throne. So that's his royal family that he's from. He's also a professor of philosophy. So he's from royalty, but he's also educated in philosophy. So, that's a little bit
Your mic
about
is
him.
doing that thing again. Come closer.
Yeah, yeah, that's a little yeah. Again, he's a prince. He's 18th in line of 18th in line to the throne, and he's a professor of philosophy. This for information about the Prince of Jordan who's writing this forward. All right, you could keep going.
Okay. On October 13th, 2007, 138 of the world's leading Muslim scholars and intellectuals, including such figures as the Grand Muftis of Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Oman, Bosnia, Russia, and Istanbul, sent an open letter to the religious leaders of Christianity. It was addressed to the leaders of the Christian churches and denominations of the entire world, starting with His Holiness Pope Benedict 1051, 10, 15, I don't know, 15?
Yeah, no, but no. It's 10 5 1, so that's 16 for Benedict the
Okay.
16th.
Okay. In essence, the open letter proposed, based on verses from the Holy Quran and the Holy Bible, that Islam and Christianity share at their core the twin golden commandments of the paramount importance of loving God and loving one's neighbor. Based on this joint common ground, it called for peace and harmony between Christians and Muslims worldwide.
Yeah. And let's go back. Yeah. And it's good that we learn about this religion, and they teaching us some things in the reading like religio. The good know etymology of words like if you can look at religio, it has a similar etymology to the word akida. because akita means also the tie. It means to bind or to tie, and that's also translated as squeeze. And that's the essentials of even in Islam. So even if you look at the words we're using, if you go back at etymology, you can
Hmm.
learn that there's a lot of similarities in the way people are thinking about how they come up with their understandings of their ways of life. You understand? It's so
Oh,
much in common. It's so much in common just when you look etymologically of how we use words and how different words come. So yeah, so and for a fact about Pope Benedict was the last.
your mic, bro. Pope Benedict, what? Uh-oh. Mr. Pelu.
No, hold on. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
Yeah, I heard Pope Benedict, and then he
Hello, you can
went
hear
out.
me now, right? You
Yeah,
can hear me
yeah,
now?
yeah,
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. So His Holiness Pope Benedict, right?
yeah.
He was the Pope in between he was the Pope in between Pope John Paul and Pope and the new one Pope what's the new one name? The Pope Francis, right? And
Okay.
Pope Benedict actually well he actually surrendered the throne. He gave up. He said I don't want Pope no more. He one of the few popes that just abdicated.
Really?
Yeah, he abdicated. He abdicated. Yeah, Pope Benedict, he's a German guy, and he was a known scholar. He was like of this century. They said that he was like the number one conservative Catholic scholar in the world, and they made him Pope, right? Because he was like the intellectual backbone of Pope John Paul. He was Pope John Paul's man. He was like a cardinal when he was a cardinal. I think his name was like Cardinal Ratzinger or something. I forgot his name. I
Yeah,
hope I'm not butchering his
Ratzinger.
name. Yeah,
Ratzinger.
Ratzinger. Yep, yep, yep. When he was Cardinal Ratzinger, he was known as
Alex Ratzinger.
yep. He was, you know about it because I know you grew up Catholic, so you probably know about it because
No, I
he
just
was
looked it up real quick. I'm not even gonna
oh,
lie.
oh
Yeah,
okay,
but
okay, okay. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Ratzinger. When he was Cardinal Ratzinger, he was known as a great scholar. He was known as a great scholar within the Catholic world, especially on the conservative side. But he couldn't. But a lot of people said he couldn't move on with the new liberal agenda and stuff. That's why he quit because they said he was too old school for what they wanted to go on later. I don't know. I don't know all the stories. Everybody can look up into itself. But that's one of the things. He was a no conservative thinker, and he was one who actually abdicated. I think he's still alive. He actually abdicated though. He
He
didn't
was
die.
actually
He didn't die in the throne.
the first pope to relinquish his office since Gregory in 1415, who did so in order to end the Western Schism, and the first to do so on his own initiative since 1294. It
You
was
see?
unexpected. Pope stated that the reason for his decision was his declining health due to old age. Uh, Announcement his successor began on March 20. That was March 12th, 2013. So yeah, he resigned in 2013. That's crazy. Well, I'll have to look up this guy. I don't even keep track of the popes. I don't even know. Like, I know the new one liked some weird picture on Twitter or something like. I don't know. I heard some like, why are popes on Twitter? I don't know. It's weird to me. But okay. So they're talking about a letter that they sent out to the Christian leaders of the world, including the Pope. The
Mhm.
open letter led to a historical globe peace movement between Muslims and Christians specifically, as can be seen on www.acommonword.com. And whilst it has not reduced wars such as between Muslims and Christians or ended mutual hatred and prejudice, it has done a lot of good by the grace of God and has noticeably changed the tone between Muslim and Christian religious leaders and somewhat deepened the true understanding of each other's religions in significant ways. A Common Word initiative was certainly not alone on the world stage in attempting to make things better between people of faith. One thinks in particular of the Alliance of Civilizations by His Majesty King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia's Interfaith Initiative and President Obama's Cairo 2009 speech, but we think it nevertheless significant that, for example, according to the October 2009 Pew Global Report, the percentage of Americans harboring negative opinions about Islam was 53%, when only a few years earlier it was 59%. It is thus possible to ameliorate tensions between the two religious communities, even though conflicts and wars rage and indeed have increased in number over that period of time. When religious leaders and intellectuals reach out to each other with the right religious message. So it went. I didn't even know there was
Yeah.
like a poll about that or something
No,
like.
yeah, yeah, they made a poll, but that's not even but I mean, yeah, 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 the Pew Global Pew was a big polling agency. I know you heard of Pew, you
Yeah,
heard of Pew before.
yeah.
Yeah,
Pew
so like they have
Research, they have
Pew got a poll for everything. Pew got a poll for everything.
stats.
You know what I'm saying? It's Pew. That's what Pew do. That's all they do with themselves is have is make polls and stuff. And yeah, so they do that. Oh, I just want to get back to I just wanted to go to Kalas. You remember just because I wanted to go back to that word. See, Kalas could also mean what? An act, an instance of liberating, a way of avoiding loss or saving of one's soul from death. It can mean deliverance, delivery, passing, rescuing, and victory. It can mean all those things.
Okay.
Yeah. The only reason because said I was gonna go back to that, but yeah, but so it's but and the reason that we were talking about earlier because that was like the point of all religions in the end of the day is to achieve that kind of liberation and salvation, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to that's the message that these people, the Dalai Lama and the prince is trying to articulate to. It seems they sound trying to articulate to us, but we'll get more into it and see if that message actually comes through. Because it might not come through. And we might this is a journey of discovery to see is there a common ground or not. Is also a journey of discovery because we don't know the answer neither. You understand? So let's go.
Okay. Just real quick, big up to the moderators in chat. I'm sorry I'm not really watching chat. I know people just just yeah, you guys are doing a good job. Miso, I just made you a mod. So yeah, just try to be just and fair and thank you guys. Okay, so it was with all these things in mind that after detailed discussions with His Holiness the 14th, we conceived of the present initiative. We commissioned one of the Royal Academy's fellows, Dr. Riza Shah Kazemi, a respected specialist in Islamic mysticism and a leading author in comparative religion, to write an essay on the topic, which we then asked him to expand into this treatise. We hope and pray that this book will be blessed with the same kind of global effect between Muslims and Buddhists that a common word between us and you did between Muslims and Christians.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's great. You see, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it just shows everything together. And yeah, shout out to the chat again. And so anything you want to say, hey, put it on the chat because I'll definitely be reading the chat. And shout out to certain people shout out to everybody we know and certain people that invited. But I want to talk about every single person on there. But if I miss somebody, it's gonna be mad. But shout out to everybody and put questions on the chat. Put questions, put comments. I'm definitely looking at the comments. I'll be looking at the comments and we definitely want
All
to
right,
engage
cool.
in it.
So you could catch the questions that are coming through. Cool.
Yep.
All right. So why do we need common ground? The specific intention and goal of the commission was to identify a spiritual common ground, authentically based on the religious sacred texts of Islam and Buddhism, between Muslims and Buddhists that will enable both communities to love and respect each other, not merely as human beings in general, but also as Muslims and Buddhists in particular. In other words, we hope to find out and understand what in our two great religions, despite all of the many irreconcilable and unbridgeable doctrine, theological, jurisdictional, and other differences that we do have between us, and that we cannot and must not deny, we have in common that will enable us to practice more loving mercy and respect towards each other more because we are Muslims and Buddhists, and not simply because we're all just human beings. We believe that despite of the dangers of syncretism,
Yeah, syncretism. Yep.
Finding religious common ground is fruitful because Muslims, at least, will never be able to wholeheartedly and enthusiastic about any ethic that does not even mention God or refer back to Him. For God says in the Holy Quran, "But he who turneth away from remembrance of me, his will be a narrow life, and I shall bring him blind to the assembly in the day of the resurrection." Holy Quran, Taha 20.
Taha.
Taha,
Yeah,
alright,
Taha,
20,
chapter 20, verse
verse 24.
124. Okay, hold
Okay,
on, hold on, Jen. Okay, and that and because I want to get the questions. That's why, and that's an introduction to Common Ground by His Royal Highness Prince Ghazis bin Muhammad. Yeah, I want to get to some questions in the chat because I love your asking questions and I love your being here. Uh, um,
okay,
um, Bhupinder says, Mr. Pelu, is Common Ground alive with Hindus? I mean, we're gonna come see. You know what I'm saying? If it's allowed with Buddhists, I mean, I'm sure it's allowed with Hindus. That's the reason why we're going at this. We want our conversation to even transcend Islam and Buddhism. We could even talk about just the dharmic religions in general. You know what I'm saying? So I know there's some Sikhis here. I know some people asking a Sikhi question. I'm gonna get the Sikhi question, question earlier. But yeah, so we wanna find out how common ground is done. So that's why we come here to answer. I can't answer that you in one thing question because it's like I mean, no matter what, we have common ground as humans. And even the reading just now, he said we should come together as not only humans, like because we have in common that we're able to practice more loving mercy and respect towards each other, more because we are Muslims and Buddhists, and not simply because we are all humans. So even if we're trying to make the case about Muslims and Buddhists, we still have the simple fact of common ground that we're all humans. You understand? We still have that, no matter what. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Yep,
yeah.
yep,
And I
yep.
think what he's doing here is like he's admitting that there's stuff that, there are fundamental differences. Like he's not denying that, but he's saying because our things teach us to be a certain way, like we should follow that, respect each other because of that, as well as because of being humans. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, yep. Oh, hold on. Let's some more questions. Sean Bassi said, "A true Muslim who follows the Quran would never insult Sikhi, and a true Sikhi who follows the Garan Sahib,
Guru Garan God, Guru Garan
Garan Sahib,
Sahib. Yeah,
Garan Sahib, Garan Sahib would never insult a Muslim. There is no difference. Okay, I mean, no matter what, everybody should be respectful. You know what I'm saying? So, no, so however you slice it, everybody should put courtesy first. As a human being, we should all put courtesy first, regardless of anything. Put courtesy first, even no matter how. And that's something I gotta tell myself all the time too. You know what I'm saying? Because I have my differences with people. You know,
hmm
but we always have to remember it's hard. I know it's hard to do so, but that's truly test. That's a true sign of humanity and civilization and ethics. That's really ethics. We gotta put courtesy first, but and the reason why I got put courtesy first because I can't see there being ethics without courtesy. You know what I'm saying?
facts.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
What's
facts.
some, what's some more questions?
And we have,
Not so religious. Okay, what? Okay, well, not so religious said oh, you want to go down? Yeah, not so religious says what? Not sure this is historical implicitly with Islam. What's historical implicitly with Islam? Oh, and by the way, shout out. Anan, what's up? Stay on the chat. Okay. As a side note, Anan was one of my. I haven't met him for long, but in a short time, while we know each other, we developed a close relationship. He has a Discord called Fact Stamper, and he puts a lot into the Discord, and it's almost like he's running a think tank. It's a great resource, and he's the main guy, homie, prep for coming into this and
your
expose.
mic doing that thing again, bro. Your mic.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was moving my mouth up, and I'm sorry. Yeah. So again, Anan, he was the one. he was the one who helped me prep for this. So I want you, and put as much stuff in the comments as possible because he knows a lot about his issue so much. He has so much information. I want you to be educating us on the chat as we go along, okay? And then and yeah, be educating us on chat as we go along. I might even try to bring you in. Uh yeah, I don't want to just bring anybody in. Um, I'll see after a little bit. Even let you in and talk when you come in already. We'll let you in and talk. And oh yeah, 'cause I can listen to him on Discord. That's listen to him on Discord. Yeah, and a lot. So thanks for prepping me. So keep it up. What's the other question? The Okay, go to now. Now it says evening, Jen Wallace and Mr. Pelu. Interesting. Question: Is Mr. Pelu a Sunni Muslim, and how long has he been Muslim? No. No. Can you highlight the question down there? Can you highlight the question from noun, NOA, now?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry, gotta get back on that. Okay. Oh, where's my stream yard? Here. Uh.
Oh, hold on. Okay, wait. No, no, don't worry, don't worry. I'll do sings. Okay, okay, yeah, okay. I'll do that
There
one.
we
Yeah.
go. Is he a
Um,
Sunni Muslim? No.
No, okay. Yeah. Because he was actually yeah. Evening, Jen and Mr. Pelu. Interesting topic. Is Mr. Pelu a Sunni Muslim and how long he's been Muslim? No, I'm not. I'm not a Sunni Muslim. I am from Halo Haq Wali Istakama. Again, I'm from Halo Haq Wali Istakama. Is more commonly known as Ibadi. I'm an Ibadi. I'm not a Sunni Muslim. Never been a Sunni Muslim. I accepted Islam on June 13th, 2010. The same year that this thing was being written. So yeah. So yes. Hey, what's the last question I missed? What's the question we just had before that I missed about. It was one you just put before. I went,
I don't know. There's something about a vegan. How does
no,
common? Yeah, that. No,
no. Yeah, he said it's Jenna Waters. I agree with Pelu, but what happens if someone does not want common ground? So yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's
Oh.
about go to and Amandeep Singh. Go to Amandeep Singh. He said and yeah, good. Yeah, he said yeah. So again, what if somebody doesn't want common ground? Well, if somebody who doesn't want common ground is like they don't want reality because we're looking because we all agree that we have common ground on basis of humanity, right? Right. So
Mhm.
that's all common ground. We're looking for more common ground. You understand? You know what I'm saying? But we already agreed it's common ground. So if you don't even agree that we're all humans, then I don't I
It's
don't
like
know
if
where to
why
go.
would you want division? I would say like if you don't want common ground, why do you want division? Like why do you want beef? Why do you want to fight? Why do you want to have negative outlooks? And that's I guess like that would be an attachment. Like you're attached to negativity and you don't want to find no positivity out of things. So I think that's something you have to ask yourself, you know what I'm saying? But all right, I'm gonna start knocking let's knock out this next part here. So this is the introduction by Prince Ghazi. Oh, this is and also. Oh, that wasn't done, I guess. Okay. Restrain thyself along with those who cry unto their Lord at morn and at evening, seeking his countenance, and let not thine eyes overlook them, desiring the pomp of the life of the world, and obey not him whose heart we have made heedless of our remembrance, who followeth his own lust, and whose case hath been abandoned. Okay, Holy Quran Al Kaf 18 verse 28.
Yeah.
This explains why we do not simply propose a version of the second golden commandment, love thy neighbor, versions of which are indeed to be found in the same texts of Islam and Buddhism, just as they are to be found in the sacred texts of Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, Confucianism, Taoism, amongst other religions. Without the first golden commandment, love thy God, the second commandment on its own inherently risks being spiritually devoid of truth and thus risk descending into superficial sentimentalism without true virtue and goodness. It risks being a secular ethic taking its stance on moods which we can conjure up to ourselves on occasion, requiring nothing from the soul, risking nothing, changing nothing, and deceiving all. Okay. On the other hand, one of the greatest ironies of many religious practitioners is that despite the fact that their religions call for mercy and respect between people, they disparage others and deny them that mercy and respect if those others do not undertake the same path of loving mercy as them. If others, okay, thus, love of their own religions makes them less lovingly merciful to other people, rather than making them more merciful to other people. This seems to me, as a Muslim, to be particularly ironic because in all four traditional Sunni jurisdictional schools of thought, madhab, as well as in traditional Shia thought and Ibadi thought, that is to say, in all the traditional jurisdictional schools of thought in Islam as such, a person's choice of religion is not grounds for hostility against them if they are not first hostile to Muslims. Rather, Muslims are required to behave with mercy and justice to all, believers and non believers alike. God says in the Holy Quran, "Tell those who believe to forgive those who hope not for the days of God, in order that he may requite folk what they use to earn. Whoso doeth right, it is for his soul, and whoso doeth wrong, it is against it. And afterward, unto your Lord, you will be brought back." Al Jathihad, how do you say that? Jathia 45:14 to 15. Okay. The same is clear in the following passage from the Quran, which starts by citing a prayer of earlier believers. O Lord, make us not a trial for those who disbelieve, and forgive us, O Lord. Lo, thou, only thou, art mighty and wise. Verily ye have in them a goodly pattern for everyone who looketh to God in the last day, and whosoever may turn away, lo, still God, he is the absolute owner of praise. It may be that God will ordain love between you and those of them with whom you are at enmity. God is mighty, and God is forgiving and merciful. God forbiddeth you not those who ward. Oh, God, I feel like this is like such like King James. These and thys. All right. God forbiddeth you not those who ward not against you on account of religion, and drove you not out from your homes, that ye should show them kindness and deal justly with them. Lo, God loveth the just dealers. Al Mumtahina 65 through 8. Are you there, Pele? Are you there, bro? Hold on. Oh, he dropped out. Alright. Uh-oh. You guys give me a second. Seem to be... Where's my headphones? Shit. Hold on, Mr. Pele. I missed the call. 1 second. Do you need the link again? I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, there you are. Nope, there you left. All right. Well, I'm just gonna read the next paragraph until he comes back. There he goes.
Yeah, Jen,
Are you
I was the
there?
whole time. I was backstage the whole time, Jen. How
I'm
you were
sorry.
looking, you were looking, you were looking.
No, because I have the page up to read. The StreamYard page is tabbed down, so I'm not even
Okay,
looking at that.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, but you saw I left, right?
no, I didn't even know you left until I'm talking to you and no one's there.
Oh yeah, I was calling you. Yeah, I was calling you. Oh my god, I was like, I'm backstage. I was
uh,
like, I'm backstage. I'm backstage. Oh, I didn't know you can't see. So you can't see I'm backstage.
Now I can, yeah, because I have that window up when I'm reading. Like I'm reading on the bigger screen, like on the tab.
Okay,
Because
so keep
there's.
the window up to me so you always know if I'm there.
All right, let me
Yeah,
try
because
to
I
put.
wasn't there the whole time.
Jeez.
Anyway, yeah, I wasn't there the whole time. But man. So what we? So we said we had just the Muslims.
Yeah, I finished this verse. They did a couple Quran verses about not fighting people who don't fight you and who don't drive you out of your homes or aren't fighting you for your religion. It's saying that like you're commanded to treat people with love and mercy, right?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
with kindness and mercy, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm sorry,
Show
everybody,
them
but
kindness and deal justly with them because he loves
okay.
just dealers, right?
So where you at?
I'm like
You
right
said-
here.
Where at? That's the Muslims, right?
Yeah, yeah, yep.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. So before we get there, wait. Before we get there, um, 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 what questions that we missed? Everybody, shout out to everybody. I'm not gonna call everybody because I don't want
Yeah,
I,
we could do like yeah, we
but
could
no, no, wait. Let's answer some questions. I want to some things I want to address. Okay, sign because and the reason I want to just because I appreciate people asking questions on the thing and it's about engagement. So I want to make sure that I would get to whatever comments you have and whatever questions you have. Scientific method that human force morality second, i.e., cared about the suffering and well-being. So human force morality second, i.e., caring about the suffering and well-being. I don't understand that, but okay, yeah. So humans first. So you put humanity first. That's caring about it. Okay. Um, um, that could be one. What else? What else is there? Uh, oh yeah, yeah. Okay, nothing really else there. Okay, yeah. And I also want to go back to when you were reading about the different schools of thought. Yeah, he was saying this seems to me as a Muslim to be particularly ironic because in all four traditional Sunni jurisdictional schools of thought, Madahib, as well as in the traditional Shia thought and Ibadi. Okay, Ibadi is my school. I'm Ibadi, everybody. I'm Ibadi.
yep.
Ibadi
Yeah,
also
you
called
gotta shout out.
Al
You
Kama.
gotta shout out.
I got a shout out.
Yeah, they shouted you out in this book, man. They shouted out your
Yeah,
set.
they shouted out myself. Yep, yeah, I'm your body. Yep, I'm your body. So that's me. Everybody look up your body. Your body thought. That's my school of thought. Everybody. Okay, so um was in reply to okay. Okay, yeah, he's okay. He said it was reply to Dickie show. Big up everybody. Big up everybody. I'm not calling everybody because I don't want to miss anybody. Somebody get mad. So just big up. I see
No,
my
it's
see y'all everybody. So okay. All right, now let's keep going. Let's keep going. So, you have any thoughts of what you were reading? You have any thoughts to share about what you read? I know
no,
you read a lot.
no. This is just like from this. Yeah, I'm just listening to this guy's point of view. You know what I'm saying? So it's. I
Okay.
like saying so. Okay. So, thus, Muslims on principle show loving mercy and respect to all those who are not waging war on them or driving them from their homes. These, thus, being the conditions for just defensive war in Islam. Muslims must not make their mercy conditional upon other people's mercy, but it is nevertheless psychologically almost inevitable that people will better appreciate their fellows more when they know what their fellows are also trying to show mercy and respect to all. At least that was one of our chief assumptions in commissioning this book. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. Turning to the book itself, we think it is not amiss to say that it has proved to be, by the grace of God, in general's in general, a stunning piece of scholarship and a display of depth of understanding and grandness of soul on behalf of the author. That is not to say that every Muslim or every Buddhist will accept or even understand everything that the author says, but nevertheless, it can be fairly be said that the book is generally normative from the Islamic point of view, especially in that it is deliberately based on the Holy Quran and Hadith and the insights of the great scholar and mystic Abu Hamid al Ghazali, and that it examines all the major schools of Buddhist thought as I understand them. Moreover, the book shows beyond any reasonable doubt some very important similarities and parallels between Islam and Buddhism, and in
Hello?
particular the following.
Hey, hold on, wait, hold on.
All
Okay,
right.
I want to get to some things before we get to the particulars. I want to get to some things. I want to highlight what he said. Okay, he was talking about the great scholar and mystic Abu Hamid Al Ghazali.
Yeah, who's that?
He is a scholar. He's one of the people who's basically locked in Sunnism. In the Sunni world, they call him the Huja, yeah, the basically the guidance. He's the Huja. Let me see exactly what it called. The let me see. Yeah. Oh, we have the proof, like the proof of Islam. They call him they call him Hujatul Islam, meaning that the proof they call him the proof of Islam because and he's the one who famously closed the doors of Ishtihad. That means of independent reasoning and deliberation in Sharia. He closed the gates, supposedly closed the gates in a lot of the Sunni in the traditional Sunni schools. You know what I'm saying? But Salafists don't really accept his Salafists within Sunnism don't really accept the date gates being closed. That's why they have a Salafist movement of new Ishihad within Sunnism. But he was infamous for closing the Ishihad, but he was also infamous for making Sufism a respectable part of normative Sunnism too. So that's
Mhm.
what he's known for in the Islamic world, chiefly.
So he's kind of Sufi. Is he a Sufi?
He was a Sufi, but also traditional Sunni at the same time. He was the one who like bridged the gap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was known. That's why they call him Hujatul Islam. They call him the proof of Islam in the Sunni side. In the Sunni side, yeah, that's who he was. Yeah, he was
Okay.
a Persian descent. He was a Persian descent. Yes, he was. He was a Sunni, but he was also a traditional Sunni too. He was also a Madahib. He was also from the Shafi school. He was from the Shafi school. You know,
Mm.
he's from the Shafi school. And he had like the Sunni positions like that Shari, probably a Shari position, stuff like that. That's Al Ghazali, so that's a little bit about Al Ghazali. Okay. Um
All right. What's a
he's
big claim? Why so religious? You said that's a big claim for the book to make. What were you talking about? It's reading random stuff. You don't have any. Okay.
No, he was telling me.
Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna. So this bullet point, like I looked over before, and I'm gonna read through it, but there are a couple. I have a couple problems with it. Um. So this is what this guy's claiming that our similarities are. So the belief in the ultimate truth, Al Haq, who is absolutely one and who is absolute reality and the source of grace and guidance to human beings.
Okay, wait. Okay, if you have problems with it, you know what you should do.
You want to do the
It'll,
problems after each one?
yeah. You do one by one,
Okay.
and and again, we're just reading a book. We're not telling anybody to agree with nothing. You understand? We're
Right,
reading
right,
a book and we're discussing.
exactly.
So nobody
Right.
has to agree with us. Nobody has to agree with the book. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
discourse. It's just discourse.
exactly.
We just want to talk about things, and so we're using the book as a guidance in terms of a blueprint to the discussion, but the discussion is not bound to agreement on what's in the book.
Yeah, exactly. So, see, this is like, so we don't, in Buddhism, I know four noble truths, but I think that this is either relating to nirvana or anatta, which would be like non-self, but
Okay. Okay.
absolute reality is like when you have kind of mastered the eightfold path and you have like right view. So like when you attain right view, which is looking at things like from a point of non-self and non-attachment, I think that's what they can be talking about. But like,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, so like I'm just not sure
I
if
mean, we're
ever talk.
probably going to make a lot of stretches. We're probably going to make a lot of stretches. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
it's two different religions, but I think it's good to make the stretch sometimes. We need to find the bridge, even if the bridge is long. Even if
Mhm.
the bridge is long, you know what I'm saying? It's still a bridge. A long bridge is still a bridge. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right. Mhm.
Long bridges are still bridges. And at the end of the day, we all have the longest bridges, and that's our humanity. So let's find the ways we think about things, and we can find ways to relate. It doesn't mean we're gonna sit and be the same people theologically. We're not trying to change anybody. We're just saying that that's one thing. So I can understand what they so even you by thinking about it, you found
Yeah,
a bridge. You know what I'm saying? Just by your thought just now, the effort you just put, right? You
right.
actually found a bridge. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. Okay. And then the next one, it says that the belief that each soul is accountable to a principle of justice in the hereafter, and that this principle is rooted in the very nature of absolute reality. So this
Okay.
is fine, except for Buddha does not. He taught that there was no permanent soul. It would be more like consciousness, right? So like there's our consciousness is like what will experience like what we'll experience like rebirth according to karma, so like that, you know what I'm saying? So it's not a permanent soul that like people have that transmigrates from body to body. That's not really how it works. So yeah, but anyway, okay, number 3,
No, hold
the
on,
belief. Oh,
hold on,
sorry.
hold on.
Okay.
No, no. The reason I want to say hold on because I want to answer why so religious. He said a person finding a bridge is different than God allowing a bridge. Yeah, yeah, but bridges, but you have different bridges for different reasons. You know what I'm saying? We could just have a bridge just to have a bridge just to be able to talk to each other. It doesn't mean that's our religion. You know what I'm trying to say? But we could just have a bridge of humanity.
You don't
We're
take
not
serious.
trying to say that.
Like
No,
this
no,
is
no.
Bible or something, you know? Like
Yeah,
this is
no, no, but it's good that he asking though. It's good that he asking. It's good that he asks. You know what I'm saying? It's good that he asks.
yeah.
Adiko goes to the hawk. Yeah, yeah. It's the that's the reality that he's talking about. But you know, we're gonna investigate how much that has to what correlations we can have with
Yeah, I think the book like expounds on these too, so
Yep,
I
it
want to get
does.
to that part. Yeah.
Yeah, it do.
All right. So the belief in the categorical moral imperative of exercising compassion and mercy to all, if not in the central cosmogonic cosmog
Cos co- Cosmogonic. I never heard
cosmogonic.
that word before. I've never heard the word cosmogonic. I've never
Meaning,
heard it. Okay.
okay, let me look that up. Cosmo, a theory of the origin of the universe. Okay,
Okay,
the
okay, that's good.
belief
Hey,
in the
wait. So, hey, wait. A theory. I just want to reemphasize. Cosmogonic means a what? Say it again.
the theory of the origin of the universe.
Okay, so that's basically creation. So that I know that's fundamental in Islam. The belief that is because we consider God the creator and all things that are not God that exist are created by God. There's two existences. The necessary existence being God Almighty who made us and then other realm of existence is the creatures made by the creator. So yeah, that's a definitely central to Islamic thought. Um yeah, but you can finish it, and then you can finish this thing, and then and you could explain, if you want to, if it matches Buddhist thought too, as how you see it. But anyway, you can finish.
Okay, so I'm just going to say the belief in a categorical moral imperative of exercising compassion and mercy to all, if not in the central cosmogonic and eschatological, which means um, the part of theology concerned with death, judgment, and final destiny. So, like that would
Yep.
be like, so this is a creation and an end time, a death
End time.
functions of mercy. Right. By this we mean the idea that the world
Eschatological.
was created through mercy, and that through mercy we are saved and delivered. Okay.
Yes, yes, no, and that's totally Islamic because we call it rahma. And eschatological, that's where we get the word kiyama from. Kiyama means like the day of judgment, And in matter of fact, kiyama and istikama, which is halak wa istikama, the basically the real name of the Ibadi sect, istikama comes from the same word as kiyama that means the day of judgment. That's the basis of Islamic eschatology is the day of judgment, and yeah. So we what we're born with from our creation, the judgment. We do have the mercy. And that's what Islam is designed to make us always remember that God is Ar-Rahman Rahim. He's the merciful God, and those who He has favored can never lose His favor because of
Right.
His infinite mercy.
Right. So yeah, so that part, like, I think this is why he says if not in, like, if not, because we do definitely, this first part is definitely like, aligned with like more Buddhist teaching. So it is morally like it's imperative us to be compassionate and merciful to all, like, according to our morals, and it will affect our end, like our rebirth, so it's the same concept. So, number four is the belief that the human beings are capable of supra rational knowledge, the source of both salvation in the hereafter and enlightenment in the here below.
Hold on.
Supra
Yes.
rational.
Let's look up super irrational because I never heard that word either. Super irrational. I could guess what it is because I know super means like around something or above, like super, but like a superstructure. But so it's
Yeah, so it's
like
just transcending the rational. So I guess that means like, we do believe that, during Buddha's enlightenment, he did attain like knowledge of, like the insight of how, human beings were, the nature, like the human condition and the nature of humans. Like he did gain a special like knowledge of that during his enlightenment. So yep, yep.
okay. Well, wait. Well, I'm trying to think of the relative Islamic terms. You might have the term of you might have the term marifa. Marifa means enlightenment. That could
Mm,
be it. If you go, especially if you go into the more mystical sides, the mystical side of Islam, we call it Isan. That's the
mm.
deepest level of Islam, Isan. And some of the practices that attribute to Isan, of course, are like Sufism and things like that. But Isan is fundamental. No matter what you are, no matter what your persuasion is Islam, you know that Islam, Isan is the deepest dimension, and the basis of Isan is as it was related by the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, to his companions. It was related that Isan is knowing that is worshiping God as if you could see Him, because even though you can't see Him, you should always know that He sees you. You understand? So it's living in the constant observance of of the reality and presence of your creator in your existence. Your creator is in existence with you, and is fully aware of you. So you should be you should be optimally optimally aware.
Optimally,
Yeah,
optimally, op-
optimally aware with him. You know what I'm saying? Aware of him. That
yeah,
means to your best
yep,
of human abilities. His design is
yeah.
excellence. We should always remember him and be excellent. I'm not going to say that we could do things the way he does things, but because he practices Islam different than we do, because he's the creator and we're the creatures, so our natures are different. But we're here to be the optimal creature. We're here to be the best of creation. So that's how I could think
Yeah,
about
so
that in Islamic terms.
it could be talking about revelation too, right? So like people are capable of getting like, you know,
Yes.
um
Yes.
outside kind of influenced knowledge or super rational knowledge. Okay.
Yes, yes, and that's important you say that because revelation is also how we get. Because look, our fundamental miracle in Islam was the revelation of the Quran.
Right.
That was the initial miracle that
Right.
the shit Islam when the angel Gabriel went to Prophet bless him, peace and blessing upon him and told him to read. In the name of
Mm,
the God who created you. You know what I'm saying?
right. Right.
We have signs. Even every verse is called an ayat, meaning a sign. You know what I'm saying? We have so every day we get so basically is a signs and basically is a miracle that our creator or whoever you think reality the ultimate reality is able to communicate to us and we understand that he's communicating to us and benefit from that. That's
Right.
miraculous. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's supernatural super rational knowledge. Yep.
Right. Okay. Number 5 is the belief in the possibility of a sanctified state for human beings and the conviction that all should aspire to the state of sanctity. So, yeah, so this is what we would call Buddha nature, like our inherent nature, you know?
And this is what we'll call paradise.
From,
This is what Muslims call paradise.
mm,
Fardos. This is Fardos. This is paradise. You know what I'm saying?
yep.
We
Number
want to
6.
be in that state of paradise. Yep.
Yep. Number 6 is the belief in the efficiency and necessity of spiritual practice, whether this takes form of prayer, fervent prayer, contemplative meditation, or methodic invocation. So, yeah,
And hold
chanting,
on.
praying, meditating. We believe that this is, you know, necessity to get us to where we want to get to, right?
Yep, yep, yep. And
Yep.
in Islam, this concept is called dhikr. And really, the whole religion of Islam is a dhikr. Dhikr means remembrance. You know what I'm saying? So we remember God. It goes back to what we were talking about before about I was talking about Isan. Isan is the remembrance of God all the time, and it's the same as dhikr. It's the same central thing is dhikr. Like every practice we do in Islam is also to remember God. From the time we pray, from the time we do shahada, from the time we fast, from the time we do hajj, everything ultimately you ultimately could also call dhikr. Every part of Islam you could ultimately call dhikr for, in regards to humanity, in regards to the creature, in regards to how humans are supposed to practice Islam. Everything is filled with dhikr.
Right, and this is what we would equate to as mindfulness. So, like, we're supposed to be mindful of everything that we do, every step we take, every word that we say. We're supposed to be mindful of everything, you know? Okay. And number 7 is the belief in the necessity of detachment from the world, from the ego, and its passional desires.
Yep.
The only word I have an issue with is detachment. Because a better word would, and Johnny brought this up, I think, earlier, or somebody did, would be non attachment. So we're not really trying to detach. We're trying to we could still realize things and be mindful of them and, you know, acknowledge things but as they are and not become attached to them, you know, like you really can't detach from everything. And this is what, like, the other day I had a quick conversation, I think, with Ralph about this. It's not like you don't want to, like, detach from everything, you know, like, obviously I'm here, like, I'm gonna be whatever, like, attached to my children, right? Like, I so in reality, like, I may not reach enlightenment because, like, for me to look at them with non-attachment would be very hard to achieve. You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, it's just a little. I
Yeah.
kind of don't like detachment, but yeah.
Oh, okay then. I mean, if we want to substitute it in our thinking for non-attachment, I don't see the problem with it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
everybody's limited in their words, and of course, I mean, he tried to do the best he can and explain things, and if we want to add it to the explanation, that's good. So thanks very much for that. I would also say, from an Islamic perspective, I totally understand what he says too, because we say that we're supposed to make an exchange. The way we describe it is we make an exchange. We're exchanging this life for life in the world to come. You understand? So that's our way of detaching from this world or non-attaching because it's still in this world. That's why Prophet Muhammad
Hmm.
peace and blessing be upon him said that we should be in this world as a traveler or as a stranger. He also said that he also said that that the believers are like strangers in the sense that Islam. He said this. He said Islam, when Islam came, it was a strange thing, and then and when it comes back, it will also be a strange things. So we should give glad tidings to the strangers. The strangers are the Guraba, the strangers. We should give glad tidings to the strangers. And then his companions of the Prophet, peace and blessing upon him, asked him who were these strangers. And the Prophet, peace and blessing upon him, said, "These are the people who have left their tribe to join Islam." So it's like we're leaving what we know. We're leaving something else. We're still in the world, but we live in the world, living in this world as a stranger. You understand? And so that's our non-attachment because we traded the life in the world for life in the world to come. You understand? So
Hmm.
yeah, we have that concept there. We have that concept there, deeply integrated into the religion of Islam.
Good. All right. So it says, as regards the Buddha's not mentioning of God as creator, this is definitely an absolute difference between Muslims and Buddhists. But if it's understood that the One is God and that the Buddha's silence on the One as creator is not a denial as such, then it's possible to say that the points above certainly make for substantial common ground between Islam and Buddhism, despite the many unbridgeable differences between them. Certainly these points can be taken as constituting or establishing the core of religion and not being divided therein. And this is precisely what God says in the Quran is is the essential message of the most important messengers of God. He hath ordained for you that religion which he commended unto Noah, and that which we inspire in thee, Muhammad, and that which we commended unto Abraham and Moses and Jesus, saying, establish the religion and be not divided therein. Dreadful for the idolaters is that unto which thou callest them. God chose for himself who he will, and guide unto himself him who turneth towards him. Al Shura 42, verse 13.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's that's what the wait, hold on for a second. Yeah, that's from Ashura. And yeah, and the thing about Ashura, hold on for a second. Let me double check a fact about Ashura real quick. Hold on, let me double check a fact about Ashura. Okay,
All right.
hold on, wait, 40,
I'm going to open my window real quick. One sec.
let me double because the only reason I want to double back is the reason. Yeah, you see, okay, yeah, see Ashura, right? Yeah, I just want to make sure because it's Al Shurat and Al Shura. It's two ones. It's similar, sort of that sound similar, right? But anyway, hello, Jen. Hello, Jen, you there? I'm waiting for Jen to come back.
All right, my bad. You there?
Yeah, yeah. I was waiting for you to come back. Yeah, I just wanted to double
Okay.
check about Ashura. Yeah, Ashura means the consultation, right? It means to consult, right? But it also means to trade. The word for consulting and trading is have similar roots in Islam, and because we also call ourselves the Ashura, meaning the ones who have traded this life for the world to come. So that's part of the whole end point about the detachment from the world we brought that verse because even from the surah or the chapter that is in it had the same root word as exchanging. So that's I just wanted to bring that's the only thing I wanted to emphasize about Islam's way of detaching or non-attachment from the world.
Okay. Cool. So one might also say that these points also make up the substance of the two greatest commandments, the belief in one absolute truth and striving for detachment from the world, the ego and the body through spiritual practices and striving for sanctity, and hence super rational knowledge, might be considered an inverse way of achieving the first commandment. And the categorical imperative of compassion and mercy is clearly the second commandment in different words, if not the first commandment as well, with the immortality of the soul being indicated in both commandments by the naming of the whole heart and God knows best. Okay. People of the scripture, Al Kitab. All of the above leads us to conclude that as Muslims, that the Buddha, whose basic guidance 1 in 10 people on earth have been in principle following for the last 2,500 years, was, in all likelihood, and God only knows best, one of God's great messengers. Even if many Muslims will not accept everything in the Pali Canon as being authentically attributable to the Buddha, for for if the Buddha is not mentioned in the Holy Quran by name, nevertheless, it's clear that God says every people had their own warner and that there were messengers not mentioned in the Quran.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Yeah, I just want to emphasize. He's making a point that could be very controversial.
Yeah,
You understand?
exactly. I
So
do
so
I do
so
that
so
reading
so,
it.
so I just want to make a disclaimer. We're in no way saying that all Muslims hold to this. This is what the prince who made this forward. This is his opinion. You know what I'm saying? Or his outlook. Because I'm not gonna call it opinion. I'm gonna say his outlook. And I'm gonna give him the benefit of that he's being sincere. You understand? So this is his sincere outlook of Islam. That the Buddha could have been a great messenger of God, but I mean, it's a lot that you would have to analyze for that, and that would be his own topic. That would be his own topic whether or not Islam it looks for sees Buddha as a messenger of God. That's his own whole topic. We have the detailed search of that if somebody wants to do that, but we're not here to do that right now. But we're here to see what does Buddha have, because obviously he taught something, right? So we can say even if you don't say he's a great messenger of God, he's someone whose teachings have influenced many people throughout history, and we know and he's great in influence. If nothing else, we can admit the reality of his influence. You understand?
Mm.
We can admit the reality of his influence if nothing else. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
absolutely. Right,
Yeah.
right. Like, so yeah, I necessarily don't really agree with this either. So, but we'll just roll with it for the sake of the book,
And
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. We roll with it for a second. Look, we
Yeah,
roll
let's
with it.
just,
And why so religious had a question. He said this to end this whole stream is easy. He said, "Does Islam allow the belief of rebirth, slash or rebirth or reincarnation or something? The rebirth, reincarnation, question mark. I could have saved 5 pages. Well, I know. Let me ask you: does
this
Islam
isn't
allow
about
rebirth?
differences this time.
No, 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 no. I'm gonna put a similarity. I'm gonna put a similarity, right? Islam does have the day of judgment and does have resurrection. To be fair, we have resurrection.
Yeah.
Resurrection is part of
Oh,
Islam.
really?
So yes, resurrection, the day of judgment, the day of Qiyamah. Yes, resurrection is part of Islam.
Oh, that's right. The till the
Resurrection.
Medi comes back, and then everyone will resurrect, right?
Yeah, that's resurrection. So resurrection
Okay.
is part of Islam. So we have something that we can still build a bridge on. Because we know even if you don't believe in reincarnation, you're gonna come back in another life, do this, that, and the third, and you're gonna come back as another person. Well, even if that's not fundamentally agreed upon part of Islam, a fundamentally agreed upon part of Islam, I know for a fact is Qiyamah, is the day of resurrection. So we have resurrection, so we have some type of returning to this world and a life and a life in a physical creation after our physical death. We have a sense of returning to life in the physical world again and making
Mm.
it to paradise. So I'm not saying, and yeah, Johnny John, a good thing you say is not the same as rebirth. I'm not saying it's the same as rebirth. I'm just saying I can still see a connection. You understand?
Yeah,
A long
yeah.
bridge as a human, as a mental bridge. And I'm not saying that what I'm saying is binding, or is the binding belief of the Muslims. I'm just saying, as a human, I can see a connection between rebirth and resurrection, just for the fact that you're coming back to existence as a human, or as a human, or as a living being, or once dying a physical death. We have that concept in resurrection. People come back after dying, because I'm going to die. Even the Prophet Muhammad, based upon, has died, and he's going to come back. Even in Halakha's Kama, we believe that Jesus even died, and he's going to come back. So everybody's going to come back on Judgment Day. No matter what, everybody's going to come back on Judgment Day. From Adam all the way to now, everybody who's lived is going to come back on Judgment Day, and is going to die, come back on Judgment Day, and be risen again. So that's. I'm not saying the same as reincarnation, but it's something to it's something, you know what I'm saying? It's something that we could say, that ties us to a sense of another life after this, with some similarities, to have some type of discourse about it. You know what I'm saying? Exactly what Jen said. It's not about finding the difference sometimes. Sometimes it's good to find a commonality for no other reason than exercising our agency, our mind, to communicate with each other as human beings.
Right, right. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Like, yeah, I'm just taking it for what it is, you know? I'm trying to see what these guys, I mean, these guys are smart people. They're not dumb people writing this book. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. Where was I at? It seems, oh, did I read this? Okay, no. Okay. Lo, we have sent thee with the truth, a bearer of glad tidings and a warner, and there is not a nation but a warner hath passed among them. Verily, we sent messengers before thee, among them those of whom we have told thee, and some of whom we have not told thee. It, and it was not given to any messenger that he should bring a portent save by God's leave. But when God's commandment come, the cause is judged aright, aright, and the followers of vanity will then be lost. Okay, gets Al Gaffer
Gafir,
47.
Gafir. Gafir
Gafir.
means
Okay.
Gafir means it means the forgiving. That's one of the names of God. He's the forgiving. That's the
Okay.
name of the surah. But Gafir means forgiving. Hey, I just want to get back to. I want to get one comment on my man Bo, because Bo made a comment. Bo can't make a comment to me, and
Pick
I'll
up.
address it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Bo can't make a comment, and I'll address it. He said, just stay prayed up and read your Bible. It's less complicated. Hey, I mean, it could be less complicated, Bo, but I mean, but is life complicated? But life is complicated. Can you do that? If you do that, right? You still have to communicate with people, right? You might communicate. I mean, you could read your Bible, but I know you still have to live out in the world. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that one doesn't negate the other. One does not necessarily get the other. You know what I'm trying to say?
Facts.
Reading your
Facts.
Bible is not necessarily negate the imperative of communication with those you those you come across. It doesn't necessarily do that. So yeah, Bo. So shout out to Bo. Shout out to Bo for that thing. I definitely had to address the comment you made. You made a comment. Anybody may comment. Anybody make a comment. Yep. I'm address it. Anybody may comment. I'm address it. A wise religion says, but Allah says in the Quran that religion is supposed to be easy in the Quran. The religion is easy. The religion is easy, but why are we saying it's hard?
People
Who's saying it?
overcomplicate it.
Yeah,
Humans
who's
overcomplicate it.
saying? Because first of all, Roster, I was addressing a comment that Bo made, that's easier just to read your Bible. So what I'm trying to say is that we're not trying to make it everything hard. We're not saying nobody's saying anything's hard. He's just saying something was easier than something else. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it was nobody said anything was hard yet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So it says, it seems to us then that the Umayyads and the Abbasids were entirely correct in regarding Buddhists as Al-Kitab. I don't know if they did.
No, I don't know.
I,
No. See, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this though. I'm gonna tell you this though. See, I know in Ibadism, or in the idea, or in the fiqh of Allah Haqq Istakama, again Allah Haqq Istakama, we don't regard the Buddhists as Al Kitab. Al Kitab is for the Abrahamic faiths. Is for like
right.
Judaism. It's for Judaism, It's for
Christian, yeah,
Christianity.
Christians
It's for
and
it's for
yeah, Muslims, Abrahamic
maybe you could put
faith.
Druze. You might be able to put Druze in it. You might be able to put Sabians. I'm not saying something about Jews, but okay, but we put Druze. But you might be. But I know you could put Sabians. You could put Sabians in it. Sabians are some small sects. They still have them. There's some small Gnostic sects. Sabians. You could put Sabians in them, and you could put some small Abrahamic religions in the people of the book. But even though it's not even though they're not people of the book, you could still be tolerated as Demi. Okay, I'm gonna clear things up. A lot of people think that Ala Dimi and Ala Kitab are synonymous, and that's not true, right? You could be Ala Kitab and Ala Dimi, but you could be Dimi but not be Ala Kitab but still be Dimi. Dimi, anybody can be a Dimi who the Muslims, who the Imam of the Muslims says they will allow for whatever reason. Like for example, Hindus can be Dimi. You can make Hinduism in India when the Muslim emperors were ruling India, they made Indians Dimi. They're not Ala Kitab, and nobody will say that. I mean, some people might say that, but I think it's wrong. But I know that other people have a different opinion. That's not my opinion. I make it clear, but that's not my opinion. But I'm not trying to. I'm not here to necessarily force my opinion. I'm just here to examine what's out there and examine what's being said. But I know that not everybody's going to say Buddhists are like Kitab, and I'm giving myself as a personal example. I personally wouldn't say Buddhism is like Kitab, I'll at least say that they can be that in my knowledge of Islam, they can be given the status of dhimmi. They can be given the status of dhimmi. They can definitely be considered status of dhimmi, and their relationship or their or analogizing them to al-kitab can be some evidence to use dhimmi. But dhimmi is a wider term than al-kitab. I just want to make that clear to everybody. Know dhimmi is a lot of people get confused because even
Mm,
in the Prophet's time and even in the time of the of Umar and them, when the Muslims conquered the Persians, they gave the Dima to the Zoroastrians, and they were not considered al kitab by Umar. You understand when they conquered it, but they were considered, but they were still allowed Dima. They were still allowed protection. They still allowed Dima. So not being al kitab does not stop you automatically from being Dima. Dima meaning a recognized religious people that the Muslims can be in contract with, and they can live as non-Muslim citizens of an Islamic entity, can be extended to Buddhism. For the best of my knowledge, they can be extended to any people. They can have those rights. Of course, there's always the concept of jizya that goes with it too. You understand? Yeah, it's jizya too. But they can be made to pay the jizya. They can be given dima.
all right. All right. Okay. This is, in fact, how millions of ordinary Muslim believers have unspokenly regarded their pious Buddhist neighbors for hundreds of years, despite what their scholars will tell them about doctrinal difference between the two faiths. On a more personal note, may I say that I had read Zen Buddhist texts as a younger man when studying the West, such as some of the writings of D.T. Suzuki and such as Yugen Haragul's seminal Zen in the Art of Archery. I had great and I had greatly appreciated them without, for all that, being fully able to situate Buddhism in the context of my own faith, Islam. More recently, I've noticed myself in effect when meeting with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. It was simply this: I performed the 5 daily prayers with greater concentration, and during the rest of the day I was better able to monitor my own thoughts and censor and control my own impulses more easily. I
Hold
did
on, hold on,
not.
hold on. Hey. See, that's a powerful statement he just made. I had to stop you only because it's a powerful statement he just made. You understand? He's trying to say
Yeah,
that he dealing with the Dalai Lama. He's able to pray better. He was able to
yeah,
control his thoughts better. So what does that tell you? So he found a way to bridge the gap, and he felt better in what he gained from bridging the gap between him and the Dalai Lama. He felt better in bridging the gap. I'm not saying what caused it. I don't know what directly caused it, but I'm just saying a general outlook is in this interaction he benefited from. He demonstrates or he professes or he testifies to a way that he has benefited from engagement with somebody of a different faith. You understand? and
Yeah.
and that's what it's about. Can we find
Hmm.
benefit from our engagement with people, regardless of their faith and differences thereof?
Yeah, exactly. And he talks more about it. He says, I did not have any particular urge to go out and learn more about Buddhism as one might expect, but I nevertheless realized that there was something positive taking place. I asked my friend, Sheikh Hamza Yusuf Hansen, who I knew had read a lot about Buddhism, why he thought this happened, and he wisely answered that this was because Buddhists are heirs to a very powerful spiritual training. Thus, I am personally very gratified to learn of the underlying common ground between Islam and Buddhism in an explicit manner. Indeed, as a Muslim, I'm relieved and delighted, if I may say so, to know that 1/8 of the world who is not Muslim practices Buddhism and makes the practice of compassion and mercy the center of their lives, in theory at least. And I hope that this book will lead Muslims and Buddhists vying in the compassion and mercy which is at the core of both of their religions. God says in the Holy Quran, and unto thee we've revealed the scripture with the truth, confirming whatever scripture was before it and watcher over it. So judge between them by that which God has revealed, and follow not their desires away from the truth which has come unto thee. For each we have appointed a law and a way. Had God willed, he could have made you one community, but that he may try you by that which he has given you. He's made you as you are, so vie one another with one so vie one with another in good works. Unto God you all return, and he will then inform you of that wherein you differ.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. Give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
All right. So yeah, what y'all thinking in the chat? What y'all guys got? Got 26 people locked in. Glad to see that everybody is focused on Raj and not caring about the discussion. Can you please, one of the mods, hide that stupid webcam account? That would be great. Love you guys. Big up Victor Carter in the house, my baby. Eating olives. Ewy. Ewy. How dare you eat olives? Nasty. Propaganda. Why so religious? Oh my god, it must be propaganda. It's gotta be. How dare you have anything in common? How dare you guys like each other? We should. I mean, come on, man. Like, don't you get tired of freaking fighting about differences all day? Like, uh, I kind of want to just knock this thing out real quick before he gets back.
No, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Hey, don't knock it out before I get back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. It's 1 minute. 1 minute. It's 1 minute.
Rakata. Let me go ahead and start this next paragraph.
All right, go, go, go.
Okay, all right. It would be amiss not to mention that although this book may represent one of the first, if not the first, major attempt at a scholarly spiritual comparison between Buddhism as such as Islam as such in our modern age, there have been some very brilliant and serious intellectual spiritual exchanges in the past between Islam and the three great teachings of China: Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. This is evinced in a particular by the works of indigenous Chinese Muslims, the Han Kitab, during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, and in particular the two figures Wang Dayu, 1570 to 1660 CE, and Li Lu Shi, I'm sorry, I'm not good at pronouncing Chinese names, 1670 to 1724 CE. This work has been recently brought to light and translated into English. Ironically, it is more or less unknown in Arabic and in modern Chinese by professors William Chittick, Sachiko Murata, and Tu Weiming.
When
Currently,
I don't know. I don't know.
yeah, currently this team of scholars has produced the two following seminal books: Chinese Gleams of Sufi Light, Wang Taiyu, Great Learning of the Pure and Real, and Lu Qi, Displaying the Concealment of the Real Realm, State University, New York Press, 2002. The Sage Learning of Lu Xi, Islamic Thought in Confucian Terms, Cambridge, Mass., Harvard University, Asia Center, 2009. They're also working on Wang Dayu's The Real Commentary on the True Teaching, first published in 1642. These works represent critical sources for mutual understanding between China and Islam, and scholars interested in delving further into spiritual comparisons between Islam and Buddhism, as well as Confucianism and Taoism, could not do better than to start here. We hope that these treasures will be translated into Arabic and modern Chinese and made widely available. When we make full use of the wisdom of the path and combine it with knowledge of today, we're better equipped to face the uncertainties of the future.
Hold on, quick. Yeah, we got to mention some of the stuff he said though. I'm gonna tell you why. It's so
Okay.
much because right now there's a lot of issues between Muslims and China.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We have the whole Uyghur situation, right?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, and
Yeah.
more than that, is even the Hues. Like I'm gonna give you a perfect examples. I know some Hue people, or Way people. I can't even pronounce it right. Hui. Please
Yeah.
forgive me, everybody there who can't pronounce Chinese words. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not saying and it's a good thing to be able to pronounce things in the right language. I just can't do it right now. But even there's repression, there's control of mosque buildings, there's systematic restrictions and marginalizations. I know China says there's fighting the war against terror, but some things are just they over control their culture. And the thing about it though, Chinese Muslims have a long history in China. I'm not even talking about just the Uyghurs. I'm talking about even ethnic Chinese Muslims have a long history in China, and there's a lot of them. Of course, they are small compared to how big China is. Yes, it's a small minority compared to how big China is, but it's still millions of them. It's still millions of ethnic Chinese Muslims that have been there for centuries, centuries old communities that are in the Chinese mainland and part of the Han people proper, part of the main Han Chinese people and but are Muslim, right? And even them, they're very Confucian. Even though they're Muslim, they tie Muslim with the Confucian culture. Matter of fact, they say that they'll say that they're the real Confucians, and everybody else is following barbarian religions. That's what they'll say, and because they're super Chinese, but they're Muslim. You understand? So China has an issue with Islam, and I'm glad people are doing these works. But this is part of China's world. But China has to fix how it's going to deal with Islam in the future. And now and that's even with the Huey Han people. But then if you go to the Uyghur stand, that's a whole added complexity by being a minority people, and China has to come to terms with Islam, you know. So it's interesting that they're putting this up with all the issues that we have with China and the Communist Party right now, and their treatment of Islam. So that's why I had to stop and say that part. And hold on, and I just want to read the end just so.
Going on, you guys in the chat. Chill out. We're not trying to fuse anything. We're reading a freaking book by two scholars, like, or by some scholars. Like, chill out. My God, you guys are going crazy. But I'm glad though. Yeah, carry on going crazy.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna say something. Amir Masid said Mr. Pelu is a lost cause because not even a Sunni Muslim, because he's not even a Sunni Muslim. He's
Yeah,
some random sect
let's
made
not
up. No,
Mr.
no, no,
Pitt.
no, 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 no,
They're,
no, 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 no,
Mr.
no,
Pillow, they've been saying wild stuff in the chat the whole time. Like,
no, no. But I want to
can
address it,
we
right? I
stop
want to
it?
address.
All this, like, look at this. What they're already saying to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, no mercy will be shown to Buddhist karma is a bit. Buddha talking about
No,
this. So
no, no.
let's
Hold
just
on,
get
no, no, no.
past
Wait,
the
wait.
bullshit.
Hey, I'm address something, Jen. Don't
All
worry.
right.
Well,
All
I just
right.
want to address it because no, it's okay. Don't let them upset you, Jen. Please, please, please.
Yeah.
But if even me, and I personally said I want to comment, so I can't run away from the comments. I personally said for everybody to comment, and I'll answer. You know what I'm saying? So I have to address it because I personally said I will do that, right? And so I just want to address him when he said it's a random made up sect. No, I didn't random made up sect. Matter of fact, my sect is actually written in the book, right? You remember that, right, Jen? You
Yeah.
remember? They put his body in the book. So I didn't randomly make it up. Matter of fact, the author quotes my sect. He personally quotes it. You understand? So it's not a made up sect. We're the oldest sect in Islam, and it's actually quoted in the book. So you can't say I just made up a sect and I'm talking about Islam from a made up sect. I didn't make up anything. I didn't make up anything. It's there. He's like I lay off the crack.
Yeah.
No,
Let's
no. So
let's get back into it, man.
okay.
Get back into it. All right. So okay, I was here. All praise to be to God, the Lord of the worlds. The opinions expressed above represent solely Prince Ghazi's personal and private views and do not represent the views of the government and people of Jordan in any way, nor are they meant to bear upon political issues in every form whatsoever. So there you go. That's on this guide. These are his expressed opinions, and that's clear. All right, cool.
Hold on. Hey, Sumaya's here, right? Sumaya's here. And you know
Mm-hmm.
what Sumaya said? Sumaya said, poor. Jenna Waters is taking Pelu seriously. He got an article from some guy who every Sunni makes takfir on. Like who? What article does every Sunni make
That's a
takfir? Like,
fake Samaya. I'm not even going to acknowledge that's
oh,
a
that's a
troll
fake
account.
Sumaya. Okay, that's a troll. Okay,
I'm
I'm
not
about to
even.
say Sumaya because I know Sumaya. I'm like, oh, why you do
No,
that?
that's fake. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Um, all right, so let's get to the. So now we're at the preface, and this is by Professor Muhammad Hashim Kamali. Do you know anything about this guy?
And hold on. I just want to say, I'm sorry. I just want to say one more thing. Not about a comment, just about what you read just now, right?
Yeah.
As he said, and the rights of religion brought up. See, the author does not. The author did say he does not represent. The author himself only said that he's representing himself. You
Hmm.
understand? So he even wrote a disclaimer, and thanks so much. Thanks so much for putting that in the chat. Yeah, because he actually wrote a disclaimer. I just want to. That's all. All
Yeah.
right.
So this Muhammad Hashim Kamali is an Afghan Islamic scholar and former professor of law at the International Islamic University of Malaysia. He taught Islamic law and jurisprudence between 1985 and 2004. He's been described as the most widely read living author on Islamic law in the English language. Um, so yeah, that's just a little background on who is writing this next page, and let's get into the preface. Um, so the Common Word Initiative, that was where they were sent the letter to the Christians. One of 138 Muslim religious leaders and academics, which advanced Muslim Christian dialogue along theological grounds and themes of common concern to both religions, has borne fruit thanks to the earnest subsequent efforts of and organizational support of numerous distinguished personalities on both sides. The Royal Al Bayt Foundation for Islamic Thought in Jordan took the initiative in September 2007 to formulate a Muslim response to Pope Benedict's somewhat controversial Regensburg lecture of the previous year. In the meantime, follow up encounters took place between the Pope and Muslim leaders. Instead of engaging with the Pope from a defensive posture, the Muslim leaders launched a Common Word initiative reflecting the Quranic invocation, asking all Muslims to call on the followers of Scripture to come to a word common between us and you, as in 364, as a
Yeah.
book
Yeah.
of their dialogue. The positive response from the Christian side led to several encounters and international conferences which opened new vistas of beneficial dialogue with their Muslim counterparts. Muslim leaders are now proposing a second chapter to a common word, this time between Islam and Buddhism, called the Common Ground. The present book advances a seminal discourse exploring Islam's commonalities with the teachings of the Buddha, like its antecedent, which found common scriptural grounds between the Bible and Quran. Oh, like it's okay, president. Okay, the one that came.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
president. Yeah.
Antecedent means something that came before, like something that came
Right.
before that
Precede.
that
Yeah.
that that made it why that's happening, like in a sequence of
Right.
events, the event before in the sequence.
Okay. The present attempt underscores spiritual and moral affinities between the Quran and the Pali Canon, the Mahayana scriptures, and other Buddhist texts. This book does not shy away from acknowledging the existence of many fundamental differences, even unbridgeable gaps separating Islam and Buddhism, starting with the leading question whether Buddhism can be called a theistic religion or even a religion at all. Answers to such questions are given, and the author advances an equally persuasive discourse on significant spiritual and moral commonalities between Islam and Buddhism. It is an attempt at understanding some of the central principles of Buddhism in the light of Islamic spirituality that uncovers considerable common ground between them. Buddhism is more of a network of spiritual schools of thought than a unified religion. Yet all Buddhist schools are united on the fundamental teachings of the Buddha as expressed in the Pali Canon and manifested especially in its two leading schools, the Theravada and the Mahayana. So yeah, that's all
Hey,
true.
hold on. So do you want to do since you're a Buddhist, you want to do a small explanation of some of the things you just said? Small,
Yes,
very small.
it's
It
just
don't, it don't gotta be long.
right. So the Pali Canon is our collection of texts that is what we call like is the collection that's closest and most historically bound to the action, to what the Buddha taught. So like it was an oral, it was transmitted orally throughout, some generations, and the schools of monks, like their jobs was to memorize these suttas like from the time of the Buddha. So you know while we don't have like a recorded, you could say, chain of narration, a lot of them like we can date back to like as early as like the fifth and sixth century. So I'm not sure when, but like a lot of the older ones, like they still exist, like but yeah, like so that's just that the Mahayana, um they do have their own kind of and kind of scriptures. They have the Mahayana suttas, which they say were found at a later time. Um, so I don't want to say that they're not valid or they don't date back to the Buddha, but they're not as old as the Pali, and they do have a lot of cultural influences and like a lot of deities and stuff that the Theravada canon doesn't really have. So um, as far as like the most, I guess, reliable source of our texts are definitely the Pali canon. So yeah,
And
that's just
hold
that.
on. I want to address some certain things. Okay. Somebody said about in the Quran. Wendy Wu talk about. I don't know if the real Wendy Wu now. He said in the Quran, the Surah 5 in verse that's Surah Maida in 51 says no non-Muslim allies declares that Mr. Pelu to a non-Muslim if he allies with us or something. He said anyway. She put on a verse about yeah. She says, oh, okay, Mr. Pelu verse 51 says no common ground. And he says no allies. Okay, it never says common ground. It's talking about being an ally protector. The word is used is wali. You know what I'm saying? So the waliya, the waliya is for the Muslims. We're not saying we're making waliya. We're talking about what is common for our human understanding and how we talking. So just because we're not saying to make waliya, we're not making, that's not the statements that we're making. Uh, um, when that's not the statement that we're making. We're making is that common ground of we could talk to. It's a hospitable thing. Like the Quran doesn't teach us not to be hospitable to anybody. So you're telling me that as a Muslim, you can't be hospitable to a Buddhist? Like common ground is everything we do. So it doesn't. It's so that's a slander of the Quran. It's a misinterpretation. I would like people to go research the real interpretations of that and see how it was applied in history. And let's move forward as civilized people. Thank you.
Yeah, man, for real. It's like, okay. Common ground begins by drawing a distinction between the doctrinal creed, Aqidah, of Islam and its spiritual wisdom, Ma'rifa, which relates more closely to contemplation, purification of the heart, and the mystical dimensions with both religious traditions tend towards.
And I just want to stop because I said that word before Marifa, and
Yeah,
exactly what the Marifa was tied to the purification heart. Purification heart is called taskiya, and that's where the same root word for you get zakat, and that means the paying of the tax, but it also means cleaning your heart. And all this is all part of Isan. The mystical dimension of Islam is called Isan. That's the deepest dimension. It's called Isan. So this is all Isan, and distinct draw a distinction between Akita and see. I personally have to say I don't agree with that. I don't think there's no distinction between Akita and Marifa at all. I mean, but I know some people do try to look at them as three different dimensions from the Islam or the Ibadat, and then the Iman and Akita, and then Isan and the correlating practices of Isan. But I look at Islam as one holistic system. I don't make that distinction at all. I just want to put that because Akita, and I talked about Kita before. Kita is the same word that means creed, but also means to. It comes from the root word to bind, similar to how even in the word religion and even creed in our language. Because
right.
if you look at etymologically, it has a similar thing. Well, yeah. But I just want to say that I don't make a distinction. Not all Muslims make a distinction between those things. A lot of Muslims will look at everything holistically because Akita and the Isan and the Marifa all go together. To me, anyway.
Okay. So it says, even at the level of Akita through Buddhism, although Buddhism is clearly non theistic, the ultimate reality reaffirmed by Buddhist thought and the supreme goal sought by it corresponds closely with the essence or al dat of God in Islam. Buddhism cultivates consciousness of the absolute and the quest for its realization through ethical teachings and praxis. The transcendental journey and quest towards the absolute also shares common ground with what's known in Islam as Dhikr Allah, remembrance of God.
Dhikr.
Dhikr, okay.
Yeah, dhikr. Like, yes, I said before. Remember, I'd actually mentioned dhikr before. And Jackie
Mhm.
dhikr is remembrance of God. I mentioned it before in this talk. Yeah,
Right.
Islam is about
Yep. With yeah, in the bullet point.
yep. So
Yep.
all of Islam is about dhikr. It's about remembrance
Yep.
of God. So yeah, but I touched on that before. All right, keep going.
Okay. Dharma, a major principle of Buddhism, comprises several meanings, including teachings, norm, law, truth, and reality. Right. So all things are dharmas. All of these things are considered dharmas. It is the nearest equivalent of al haq in Islam, which similarly comprises a number of parallel meanings.
Hello, hello. I just want to say that because even Islam, that's why even us, the bodies are called Halo Hawk. That means the people of the reality of Hawk. Alu Hawk, like Al Hawk. Al Hawk is the name, one of the names of God, but it means the reality. And we look at God as the reality. That's why we even call ourselves, Alu Hawk Wal Istikama. Again, that's what the bodies call themselves within the body community itself, and be called the people of Al Hawk. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. Um,
Suffering.
Suffering, dukkha, another theme of Buddhism, emanates from an innate thirst or tanha of one's untamed and unbridled ego for the perishable things of this world. Right. So one must overcome thirst for the ephemeral both for wait one must overcome thirst for the ephemeral both for the sake of one's own relief from suffering and from the sake of liberating others from it. Yes, the opposite of suffering is not only a state of ease but that of the highest good or nirvana, the absolute, which transcends the ego in all of its states. Yes, karuna, or loving compassion, or metta, in the sense of participate. That's just another, like, metta also means loving kindness or loving compassion. In the
Hey,
sense
hey,
of,
hold on, wait. Let me ask you this though.
yeah,
Metta means loving. It means loving kindness, right? Metta, right? You said metta, right?
yeah,
Okay.
METTA.
And what is meta also? Is meta related to the word for mother?
No.
Because what's mother in those type of languages? Like,
Pali?
is it? Yeah, in Pali, what's mother? It's like meter. Like if you ask a Sikh, like, 'cause, like for example, I remember Raj and them Sikh. He was talking about some words that people were using in Sikh, and it was and the word meter in Punjabi was similar to mother or some of that. If anybody's Indian or Sikh,
Amma.
tell me
Amma
about.
in Pali means mother. Amma. A
Oh,
M M
Amma.
A.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Because the only reason why I was going to bring it up, I'm gonna tell you the reason why I was going to bring it up because Rakma, right? The same root that you get Rakma, the word mercy is also the same root that you get for the word for wombs, for like wombs where people have babies. Mercy
Yeah.
and womb is connected etymologically in Arabic.
Okay.
So that's why if it
So,
was method, I was thinking, oh, it's the same as a mom. So is the words have similar etymological meanings? If you look at the etymological root of the word, you understand what I'm saying? That's what I was trying to get at. That it might have we might learn that the people are thinking about kindness and loving kindness and compassion in similar ways if we're using the same terms or the same concepts or from the same realms in terms of because only your mother has a womb because that's where you come from. You know what I'm saying? You come from your mother's womb. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So that's the reason I was thinking there might be some etymological connections in how people thought. You know?
Yeah, so I think that's what they're saying. So it says, karuna, loving compassion, in the sense of participation in the suffering of others, is a near equivalent of Rama in Islam, both of which are expressive on the human plane of a principle which is rooted in the consciousness of the absolute, which are expressive on the human plane of a principle which is
Yeah,
rooted in the
because
consciousness.
like we call because we call it Rahma, right? The same terminology is the root of our term. Like for example, when we first pray, we say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rahma is the root of Rahim, of Rahman and Rahim. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Rahman is the root of Rahim of Rahman and Rahim, the merciful, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. Like Rahman is the one who gives a lot, who's very kind, open hearted, and Rahim is the one who redeems. So, but they all come from the word Rahma, meaning mercy. So they're all from the same root. So yeah, so that's what, and that's how we call God. Bismillah. Even every time we pray, we call on God. We say Bismillah. Even we start a prayer, we say
right,
Bismillah Rahman Rahim.
right, right. Okay. So it says, this thought provoking study of Buddhist teachings also finds parallels between the shunya, the void, and the first shahada, no God but God, especially in their negation of false deities, between anicca, impermanence, and zud, detachment from the material world. So this one, shunya, I think that's a Mahayana word. It sounds like a Chinese word.
Okay.
I'm gonna
There's no
look
God but God. It says so. He said the Buddhist teachings are parallels. See, he's drawing parallels. See, but that's what he's. I mean, that's what we're here to do. We're here to draw parallels. I'm not saying that it's the same religion. Everybody, disclaimer. We're not saying that it's the same religion. All
Oh,
we're
so
saying is
it
that
means infinity. So that's okay.
infinity. That's what
Voidness,
Sunya means.
emptiness. So emptiness. That would be
The first
um
shahada is la ilaha illallah. Is la ilaha illallah. The second shahada. That's why the shahada could also be called a shahadatain because actually two shahadas, right? Is la ilaha is ashadu la ilaha illallah and ashadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's the two shahadas. So he's trying to make a comparison between ashadu la ilaha illallah. That means no God but God. So it's negative in how we say it. Yeah, because la also means no in Arabic. So yeah, when you ever say la ilaha illallah, is a bunch of no's. You know what I'm trying to say? Because even from the first word la, so he's trying to say that he sees a negation. He says how the way we confess God in a negative term is similar to the way the Buddhists would see the absolute as
yes. So it
nothingness.
says
But
it indicates. I'm reading just a little thing on the word on a different screen. So it says it indicates a distinction between appearance and reality, where the paradigm for that distinction is X is empty, sunya, of or shunya of y, and emptiness shunyata is either a fact of x as being empty or y of y, or the actual absence itself as a quality. So yeah, it's like the all right, I get it now. Okay, the void. So voidness, especially in their negations of false deities, between anicca, impermanence, and zud, detachment from the material world. Okay, so then between tanha, desire, or thirst, and Hawa, cap- capricious desire, capricious desire. And be-
Capricious, capricious, capricious
okay,
means every people. It means the word capricious means like you change your mind every second,
okay,
or like something that's on the whims, on whims, like on whims.
right. So, yeah, from your desires. And between anatta, no soul, and fana, extinction of the self. Fana?
Yeah,
Do you,
fada means death. Like it means like basically your demise, your death.
okay. Only the Dharma, Nirvana, and the Shunya, what would be called the essence of God, beyond all conceivable qualities in Islamic terms, is absolute, eternal, and infinite. All else is transient, and thirst for the transient is the seed of all suffering.
Hello, hello. I
Yeah,
mean, he's making a. See, everything you say, it could be debatable, but I see where he's going with it, though. But
right.
a lot of everything is debatable, but
Yeah,
at the same time, for the same time, I mean, he is making some good points. Because even the way he summed up that one part, all transient thirst. Even if you like, even us, we always talk about as Muslims the transient life of this world. In the same way, we switch the life of this world instead of wanting what's in this world, we want for the next. So yeah. I'm not saying that everybody should you should go. You should just full heartedly go with what the guy is saying. But I do find really interesting parallels he's drawing. I find the parallels really interesting.
mm, yes, it is interesting. Okay. So Mahayana Buddhism, which is seen by many as coming close in some respects to a belief in a personal God with diverse traits, without those without whose grace and mercy one cannot attain salvation, comes close on a metaphysical plane to the Islamic conception of divinity. The practice of Nembetsu, veneration of the celestial Buddha, is predicated on the power of the absolute other, or tariki, surrender of one's self will to the eternal other, which strikingly resembles the Islamic doctrine of tawakkul, reliance and
Tawakkul.
trust on God.
Yeah, tawakkul. Hey, wait. Okay,
Just
so
Nembetsu.
Um, no, it's is really good. It's really good. Okay. Why so religious says Allah's words and dictations is debatable. No, we're not saying that. We're saying our understanding of how we're communicating the words. Okay. I'm not saying Allah. We never say Allah's word is debatable. I'm not saying Allah's word is debatable. I'm just saying our understanding, the parallel. I was talking about the parallels he's drawing and our understanding of the words and how they might parallel to Buddhist language is debatable. How they might parallel, that's what I'm saying. How they might parallel is debatable, but I'm saying there is it's interesting things he's calling on. He's looking at the concepts, right, and saying what concept is similar and not it's necessarily similar, but when I hear or get explained the concept, there's another concept in Islam strike me by hearing something from Buddhism and vice versa. There's a concept from from Islam strike me as a Buddhist. You know what I'm saying? And his ways of striking me. I told you everything is I mean, it's way debatable how striking they are, but I do feel a strike. I do feel okay. Just say this striking examples of tawakkul. Okay, tawakkul. Yeah. I know what tawakkul is. I don't know the Buddhist terms anyway, but if I know already that somebody said is similar to tawakkul, I'll look at it and say, okay, how is this similar to tawakkul? So surrender self will to the eternal other, like the eternal other to us is God, because we know the only thing eternal is God, right? As a Muslim right now, watch this. A Muslim knows the only absolute eternal is God Almighty who made us, because He was what? He was never created. He was uncreated. Like the uncreated creator cannot create Himself. So in a so in a so okay. So yeah. As you do that, right? So what? Okay, I was reading some comments anyway. But anyway, the uncreated creator is eternal, right? And that's other than you, because as a creature you can never be the creator, and the uncreated creator could not create himself. So get surrendering yourself. What he's describing Tariq as surrendering self will to the eternal other. I personally seen the striking resemblance. I seen the striking resemblance. I'm not saying that it's the same thing or nothing, I just see. I just see. Just because you see a resemblance, don't mean you're saying it's the same thing. I'm just saying that we see resemblances. You know, and it's not that, and we see resemblance in our understanding of it. I'm not saying that's they're saying the same thing, but in our understanding, limited as humans, we see a resemblance in our understanding. That's the point we're trying to make. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So I found out that Nembetsu, these are some Chinese terms that they're using. That's why I'm not really familiar with them. But this is the like the Amitabha Buddha practice. Like when people, they say, they want to be reborn in Amitabha's pure land so that they can, when they get there, they can choose to come back as a bodhisattva to help other beings, or they can choose enlightenment. So this is where like Mahayana kind of strays from Theravada, as far as like the different vehicles, because they believe that Mahayana, they strive to be reborn as like to come back and help other beings, where Theravada.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up a little bit. Can you? Hey, Jed, you there? Jen, can somebody hear me? Or is it Jed?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yep. Okay, I can hear you
All
now.
right.
Yep.
Sorry, I pulled my headphones out a little bit. But yeah, did you hear what I said? Like that's the Amitabha like
Yeah.
veneration that they're talking about.
Okay.
Um
I want to talk about it in the Batsu, right? Because
yeah.
see, the second part I kind of agree with him on, but in the first part I kind of, I mean, I would have to say that some people might believe in some of the Batsu similar in Islam. They call it Tawasul, but I personally don't agree with Tawasul. A lot of people don't agree with Tawasul. Tawasul is venerating like saints and everything, but
Mhm.
through venerating God through saints, and not everybody. I don't believe in that at all. You know, some people believe in it depending on their school of thought. I'm a disclaimer that I don't believe in that school of thought, and that's what the practice of Nembatsu looks like to me. It looks like a tawasul, how the people praise saints like coast of saints. I don't agree with coast of saints. That's why I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, so I know the celestial Buddha might be a saint or whatever he is in
It's
Buddhism.
supposed to be like an aspect of the of Buddha. Like so Buddha was like the historical Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama. Like Buddha was a title. So there was Buddhas before him, and there will be Buddhas after him when the conditions are met for it. Which in this like world of sin, there's not really like conditions that are right for another Buddha to arise right now. So but so what they're saying is like the celestial Buddha is like the title. So like this Amitabha is a aspect of the like the whole title of what Buddha is. You know what I'm saying? So like
Okay, so what's the Buddha? So let me say, so do you venerate Buddha?
um what do you mean by venerate?
It's a veneration of celestial Buddha. So you venerate a part of. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by venerate. I don't even know because I don't do veneration. So I don't know. The close. That's what I'm trying to say. I know that some people who practice these things
So
and
venerate means have great respect or reverence for. Yes, absolutely. We do
okay.
have great respect and reverence for the historical Buddha who brought us this message that we still have today, and for the title and the previous Buddhas that came before, and also for the Buddhas that will come.
Okay.
100%. Yep.
Okay, that's great. And I'm gonna tell you why that's good that you said. I'm glad you said that. You know why? Because now I think
Mhm.
about it, we might I can say that we might venerate Muhammad because we say Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Every time we say his name, we say what Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That's an act of veneration. But of course, right? It's predicated on what? The power of the absolute. Why do we venerate him? Because we say that he's what? The seal of the prophets of who? Of God's prophets, right? So that's the absolute other, right? The absolute of God, or however you want to say it. We venerate the prophet because he's God's slave and messenger to us. You understand what I'm trying to say? So we can say it's something similar. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just trying to draw the parallel. You know what I'm saying? We're not okay.
Yeah.
We're not here again. Disclaimer: I'm not here to. We're not here to. We just here to see that we just here to see that as human beings, can we look when we see a parallel thing? And I have to honestly say yes. I see a parallel I see on the surface. It might even if it's paper thin, even if it's just on the surface, I see some parallels. If you want to say venerate, I'm not saying that
Yeah, so
Buddhist.
I could yeah, so like I could tell you like the same type of thing. Like before we read Buddhist scripture, like you'll hear a lot of people and they say it 3 times. They say Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. That means honor to the blessed one, the exalted one, the fully enlightened one. So yeah, we say that 3 times before, like if we ever read um Buddhist scriptures. So yeah, we do venerate him.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah.
I would say it's the result. I'm not saying that it's theological. I'm not saying that we agree on the theological circumstance. I'm just talking about plain, plain ritualistic outside resemblances. I can definitely say I see a resemblance if you're saying veneration. I'm not saying that. I'm not. I don't know the full extent of Buddhist worship. So if Buddhist worship goes
There's no
beyond
worship.
veneration,
There's no worship. Like
okay,
there's no concept of worship.
okay, okay,
You know what I'm
okay. So
saying?
that's the
Like we
difference.
don't. He never claimed to be a creator. Like why so religious said Buddha is a godhead point blank. Like I kind of would disagree because he never claimed to be a god or never claimed to be a creator god himself. So yeah, there's no worship. You know, I guess some schools of Buddhism kind of did apply worship to where, but that's not really like what he taught or what like Theravada really does. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, yeah. All right, let's keep going because we're only on page 20 of 170. We're gonna,
Hey, don't worry about it. Hey,
yeah,
it might take episodes. Hey, don't worry
yeah,
about
we
it.
have.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
No matter what, no matter what, I don't think we go past. The absolute cutoff would be like 11, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I just want
Yeah.
to. The forward is almost done, and then so I think that might be. There's only a couple pages left to that. So all
Okay.
right. So let's Okay. Analogous rather than identical as these concepts may be. See, like he says it right there. This is the whole point. Like people are freaking. Okay, this effort to find common ground in the essence of spirituality and devotion between Islam and Buddhism is a substantial one, and could well present a keenly persuasive basis of harmony between their adherents. This book also develops fresh insights into the teachings of Quran and Sunnah, suggesting that Buddhists may, from the Islamic viewpoint, be regarded as followers of a revealed scripture and thus considered al kitab. Again, this is just what the book is saying. A
That's what the book is saying.
theological,
Exactly.
right, right. A
Hmm.
theological recognition of this kind is likely to enable the adherents of both religions to appreciate, mutually respect the religious teachings of the other. An earnest attempt is thus made to help Muslims to see Buddhism as a true religion or deen, and Buddhists to see Islam as an authentic dharma.
I tell you, this is highly controversial. We're not saying
It
that
is, yeah,
we're
it
not
is.
saying that that's the case. And even
We know
before that,
it though, like we know it's
yeah,
controversial, so this we're
yeah.
just reading it for what it is, bro, right?
With but I think as grown as we're adults, we should be able to tackle controversial things.
Yeah, of
You know what I'm saying?
course. Of
So it's
course.
no so everybody's being ultra sensitive that you could talk to we could do this thing. We shouldn't be this sensitive. You know what I'm saying? We should be
Yeah,
adults and be able to say, you know what, we're adults. Let's look at things. And I'm glad he said analogous rather than identical because just because you could see an analogous similarities does not mean I'm saying it's the same thing. Or it doesn't mean the Buddhists are saying it's the same thing. You know what I'm trying to say? We're just saying that we see analogous similarities in which we could communicate with each other. You understand?
right, right.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
of course. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm taking time for questions. I'm gonna take time. I'm gonna do. I'm
yep.
always taking time for questions. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Let's take time for questions. Okay, yeah. I've always made a point of taking time for questions. What's the question, Carter? If you have a question, tell me. But what's the other questions? I mean, okay, yeah. Let's take time for questions. Jen, don't worry if we don't get too far today. Don't worry about that. Let's take time for. He's right because
I was
if you're
gonna
willing to
say
be
we
here
could
for us, we
knock
appreciate
these
you.
out real quick, and then we could take questions. After it's literally just a page left. You know what I'm saying? And then we're done
No,
for.
no, no, let's take questions. Just
Want to
because
stop?
I'm gonna
I
tell you
don't.
the only reason I'm saying that, Jen, because I mean, if they're taking the time to be here, you know what I'm saying? Let's engage them. Let's just try to do the most engagement because they're taking their time out too. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
hear.
So let's okay. Let's answer some questions. You find the
Okay.
question you want, but
So
I'll ask.
Buddhists do not take Buddha as a god, but worship him out of respect. Again, we do not worship him. So yeah. Some
Mark Smith said, wait, Mark Smith said, Jen, what about all the big issues and the little Buddha statue? Like, what you mean about the big issues and Buddha statues? You see, if you, what's you talking about the one in Afghanistan? I mean, which one you talking about with the little Buddha? I mean, I don't understand your question, Mark. Make a question
okay.
that.
So what about all the big statues and little Buddha? So okay, so the thing about the statues, right, is that these we don't pray to the statue. We don't we don't believe that the statue has any kind of powers. We don't believe that if you rub its belly you're going to get good luck. That's a Chinese like thing that they incorporated from Shinto. But like we believe that these statues are all impermanent, and that even the ones that the Taliban blew up, although it's very sad that they've destroyed parts of history, because as a historical thing, that could bring things like tourism to their country, and they're really dumb to try to blow up UNESCO world like historical sites. But anyway, these things are all impermanent in nature, and we shouldn't like be attached to them, right? So like there was some I read about stories, I can't remember, but there's actually Buddhists who they have, I think it's maybe once every couple of years or something, that actually get like together and they'll destroy their statues, like just to remind themselves of impermanence, right? Like I've told the story before, like my cat's knocked off my Buddha statue and his little head popped off and went down the vent drain, right? But I keep it there and I keep it headless, like, and I look at it while it's headless. So that's reminding me that these statues have no meaning. You know what I'm saying? They are a reminder, of our teacher, and that's it. But we
Okay,
we
hold on.
also don't carry the belief that taking pictures or images are wrong. So that's you have to keep that into uh, you know
Okay, let me answer some questions. Let me answer some questions before let me answer the question before we move on. Let me answer some questions. Okay. John Lewis said, Mr. Pelu, listen to me. First of all, you need to understand that Islam wants to take over all religions and is the only one true religion according to Quran. Okay, so what? And I know that for a fact, and I admit that. Okay, but so in the meantime, we still can't talk. I'm just trying to say, listen, because is it so bad to talk? Is it so bad to talk?
right.
It's so bad to talk. Is
Right.
it so
They
bad to
act
talk?
like this is such a terrible thing that's happening.
It's
Like we're
so bad to
committing
talk.
some kind of carnal sin. Like I like encourage anybody who has a problem with this scholarly book to please send letters to the authors of the book. So get your letters ready and send them to the Prince of Jordan and take up your issues with him. That's what I suggest that the audience do.
Okay, let's see. Let's go back to this is some more questions. Okay, Locke said, how come Afghanistan had no common grounds for Buddhism? Or, they wiped them out. Afghanistan was run by Buddhists, Mr. Pelu. Serious question. I mean, that's a lot of that. That's historic. Okay, for whatever reason, that's whatever reason. That's not the basis of our talk today, though. Right? Okay, I'm not saying that the relationship has been perfect since the beginning of time. I'm not saying that. We saying we try to look at the history of the common ground, see what they have to say about it, and see what common ground they think can be reached, and we discuss it. You know what I'm trying to say? We're discussing the scholarly work. We're looking at it. I'm not saying that it was perfect. We're not saying that at all. And we could get into that, and that could be a part of a later discussion or later panel time or whatever. We might find some panel time for that. People could bring what they want to say about the issue, but that's not where we at in the book right now. So I
What's
mean,
up?
and we're never saying that's perfect. And Amir, my sid said Pelu and Jen don't bring the Quran. They bring some book by some random guy. Oh well, we're not. Well, this is not this is a educational philosophical production. It's impossible for us to have an objective for the best of our ability, an objective philosophical talk about common grounds and use the scholarly work in facilitating that talk? Is that such a bad that's such a bad thing? Is that such a bad thing in the world to do all that? And what else? Wrong. Use that. He said, when every Muslim follows the Quran, why don't you use that? We're not here to talk about the Quran. If you want a Quran talk, get a particularly Quran talk. Go get a tafsir of the Quran. We're not saying do not get a tafsir of the Quran at all. We're just having a talk. Go get a tafsir of the Quran and read a tafsir of the Quran. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're not stopping anybody from doing that. You know what I'm saying? No, and the Prince of Jordan is not anybody. The Prince of Jordan just wrote this. Not this doesn't come from anybody's standpoint. He just mentioned anybody because he mentioned Muslim. He mentioned Sunni, Shia, anybody. He just mentioned all the schools of thought. He didn't say that he follows anybody. He just mentioned it. That's all it was. So you don't
Right.
follow the Quran. Okay. I'm finished with answering if you don't if we don't do the Quran because everybody could go read. We didn't say go read the Quran. Matter of fact, the book mentions the Quran 1,000 times. Look how many citations of the Quran it has. So it cites the Quran all the time. If you want to go do a test for the Quran, go do a test for the Quran. Anyway, okay, let's continue.
All right. Okay. Muslim schools and jurists have differed on the understanding of the Quranic designation al-Kitab, whereas many confine the term to only Jews and Christians. The Hanafi and Shafi schools maintain it comprises all who have followed a prophet and revealed scripture, which would include those who believed in the Psalms of David and the scrolls Shuhuf of Abraham. Many have extended this status to Zoroastrians and Sabians. Imam al-Shafi, 820 CE, is critical of those who denied the status of al-Kitab to Zoroastrians on the authority of an unequivocal ruling of Caliph Ali Abi Talib, 661 CE, in their favor. The proponents of this
Hold on, hold on,
open,
hold on. Before we do that, yeah, I just want to say, yeah, and this right there is controversial too. Even though what he's saying right now is controversial
yeah,
because
of course,
some
yeah,
some people might say it like one way, some people might say it like other. Like the whole issue with the Zoroastrians is difficult. The Sabians, yes, because Sabians is specifically written in the Quran, right? But some things like
right,
Zoroastrian, but then again, that's why I just want to go back to what I was saying before about that's why you cannot necessarily sum up the concept of Dima and the concept of Dima and Kitab are related, but they're not the same. And there's a wider
right,
group of people that could be considered Dima and not Kitab. So anyway, I'm just saying that I'm just trying to say this opinion is not a universal opinion. I mean, I mean, is debatable. This is a debatable point of the Sharia.
right.
Okay.
Again, this is by Imam al Shafi and Ali Abi Talib, so they can, seek their writings for any issues that they may have with this. The proponents of this open interpretation of al-Kitab have relied on the Quranic verse 87:19, which refers as sources of guidance to the earliest books, al-Suhuf al-Ula, the books of Abraham and Moses, and then also Q26 196, which refers to the books of the earlier peoples, Zubar al-Awwalin, that concurred with much of the Quranic guidance. The word Zubur, scriptures, also occurs in 35 verse 25, immediately following a reference to the apostles of old that came with clear signs in scriptures, Bil Bayanat wa Bizubur. I'm
Bayinat wal bizubir.
yeah,
Bayinat
I'm
means
not
clarity. No, it's
okay.
okay. No, no, it's okay. You're doing good. I just want to clear that Bayinat means clarity, and Zabor means like some like but Zabor is the word we use for like Psalms, like for Psalms or like
Okay.
scripture. Yeah, Zabor and Awalin like Awal means before, and Awalin mean because Awalin is plural because when you say lean after when you put like the in after a word is like plural most usually masculine but it doesn't always because since the language leans more masculine than others, sometimes even if the topic is not necessarily completely masculine, they might just put awalim just because the language is more masculine strong than feminine strong. But so awalim, it just means the plural of the awal. Awal means awal means before. That's all. I just want to give a little bit of Arabic grammar just to add into the lessons.
Cool. Three other references to Zabur in the Quran are 3, 184, 16, 44, and 54, 52. Also sustain the understanding that Zubur were scriptures of lesser magnitude compared to the Torah, Bible, and Quran, but revealed books nevertheless, as all references to Zubur must elicit approval, if not veneration. In any case, it is unlikely the Quran would make repeated references to doubtful and false scriptures. It thus becomes obvious that upon scrutiny that Al Kitab in the Quran are not confined to only Jews and Christians.
Now this is debate again. This is debatable. This is
Right.
very controversial. So we're not endorsing the view of the book. We're just saying that's what the book says, and
Yeah.
let's talk about. We just want to talk about it. We're not
Yeah.
saying we endorse everything. We're just saying we're talking about it. That's it.
Okay.
We're just talking about it.
Yeah. On the other hand, those who restrict the category of Al Kitab to Jews and Christians quote in authority the Quran 6156, which declares the books were revealed to two groups before, but the context where this phrase occurs actually questions rather than endorses the spirit of such a limitation. Okay, which declares the books were revealed in two groups before, but the context where this phrase occurs actually questions rather than endorses. Okay, let us briefly
Okay.
examine the context. Oh, he's going to get into it. He's going to get into it.
Because he's trying to defend his position against the ones who would disagree with him. So then
Right.
so even he knows the disagreement. So
Okay.
we're just giving you that there is disagreement. Even the author knows disagreement, but he's trying to counter the disagreement. So
Right.
again, we know the disagreement, but
Okay.
we're just here to examine. We're here to
Yeah.
examine. Okay,
So let us
we're not here to make a judgment. We're here to examine.
Right, so let's see what he says. Let us briefly examine the context. The verse 6 156 immediately follows two other verses, one of which affirms the veracity of the Torah that contain guidance and light. The succeeding verse refers to the Quran itself as a blessed book and an authoritative source. And then comes the verse 6 156. Lest you should think that books were sent down to two groups of people only before us, and for our part, we remain unacquainted with the revealed book. Lest you should say that books were sent down to two groups of people only before us, and for our part, we remain. Okay. The,
Unpointed, yeah, because I have it right here. Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
okay.
And I'm reading it from the Quran, I'm reading from the Yusuf Ali translation. Lest you should say, the book was sent down to two peoples before us, and for our part, we remain unacquainted with all that they learned by a city of study. Or at least you should say, if a book had been sent down to us, we should surely have followed his guidance better than now than they have come to you with clear signs from your Lord. So it's just saying that they should do the book. So before that, the verse before that, and this is the book which we have revealed as a blessing. So follow it and be righteous, that ye may receive mercy. They should say so. So basically, he's trying to say that the Quran, my reading of that verse is that there was scriptures written before, but the people at the time of Muhammad's time, the pagan Meccans, they didn't have those verses, so they had nothing to instruct them with. So now they can't. So now with the Quran being revealed to them, they have no excuse. You understand? Because they can't say nothing was given them because now they have the Prophet Muhammad and the Quran giving them instructions from their Lord. You understand? That's my interpretation of that verse. Anyway, I just want to put. I just want to clear. I just wanted to add something to what the guy's saying.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Like,
The
hey, don't
tone
worry about it. I'm gonna keep a Quran next to me. I'm gonna keep a Quran. I have a Quran next to me. So anything you want to read the
Okay.
Quran, I can
No,
pull it up.
I didn't know that I was share the whole window, so that's cool. Then I can look stuff. All right, awesome. All right, the tone of the discourse here is expressive of the favor bestowed by God upon the Muslims through the revelation of the Quran to them, so that they do not say that God's favor was confined to only two groups of people. Therefore, to give this verse as evidence in support of confining the Al Kitab to Jews and Christians is unwarranted and leads to an indefensible conclusion.
Again, this is controversial. He's saying this. Now everybody's gonna, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I know it's controversial. I'm not saying I endorse it. I personally not saying I endorse it myself. I'm just saying that's what he says. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, but we're
So
gonna examine it.
yeah, so
And
he
he gives
says,
his defense. Like, do I think his defensive position holds up? I personally would say I think his is just. I don't think what he's saying is strong enough to make it seem like what he's saying like it's indefensible. I don't think his response is strong enough to claim the other response indefensible. I don't think so.
yeah,
Right?
so
That's just me.
he's
You
going
know?
to say, so listen, so yet the restrictive interpretation may have been the result not only of how the scriptural evidence was understood, but also of historical factors, differential practices that Islamic history records on the levying of the poll tax, the jizya on non-Muslims, and its impact on the binary division of the world into Dar al Islam and Dar al Harb.
And that's exactly the point I made before. Right?
Right, right,
And I made the point is that because the poll tax is Jesus given to you, it doesn't necessarily mean that we look at you as Allah Kitab. Allah
right.
Dima and Allah Kitab is not the same thing, and they're related terms, but by no means identical terms, substantively speaking. No, they're no means identical terms. So you could be Dima without being Kitabi
Right,
to
right.
my understanding, but he has a different understanding. I myself disagree with understanding, but I still appreciate you writing the book, so at least we have something to talk about. You know what I'm trying to say? I still
Yeah,
appreciate the effort he put in, but I personally disagree with it, and the reason I'm telling you I disagree with it is to show you that there is disagreement in Islam, or in interpretations of Islam, or how people are interpreting Islam. There is different interpretations of what people are calling Islam, and then when I here to tell anybody exactly what I believe, we're here just to talk about we talk about differences, but more particularly talk about what brings us together and similarities, but just have a conversation. So yeah, so I'm even telling you I disagree with what he's saying, but I'm still reading the book, even though I disagree. So I'm not asking anybody to agree. You know what I'm saying? Because I myself don't even agree with everything he said. You understand? All right, go on, Jen, go on.
sorry, this guy's annoying me. I know who it is, and I'm hiding him in the chat. All right. Um, okay. Without wishing to enter into details, it may be said in conclusion that the Quran clearly contains supportive evidence for more inclusive understanding of Al Kitab. In the present effort to extend its applications to the followers of Buddhism is in line with the tenor of that evidence. The book at hand also reviews a number of other supportive verses in the Quran side by side with passages from Buddhist scriptures in an effort to provide theological justification for acceptability and recognition. This effort is to be commended also on grounds of rationality and the spirit of civilizational review, tajdeed, that
No,
may oh
renewal.
renewal, sorry, renewal.
Tajdid is like the root word tajdid is jadid, meaning new. Jadid means new. So tajdid
Okay,
means to make new again. Yeah.
okay. That may enhance the prospects of cordial relations between two faith communities. The common ground that is found to exist between Islam and Buddhism elicits recognition and respect of one another on both sides, something so acutely needed at a time when the talk of clash of civilizations has become an unwelcome distraction from the Quranic vision of recognition and friendship. Ta'aruf, Q4913, between Muslims and other world communities and nations. So this was written by Mohammed Hashim Kamale, chairman and senior fellow at the International Institute of Advanced Islamic Studies in Malaysia on March 2010. Woohoo.
Hey, and even the word they use has become unwelcome distraction from the Quranic vision of recognition and friendship. And the word they use ta'aruf has the same root word as marifat. It's both from araf, meaning knowledge, but it's like spiritual knowledge.
Mm,
So even recognition of friendship, ta'aruf, the word for doing that is built from the root word for spiritual knowledge. Spiritual knowledge.
mm.
Mm.
All right, cool.
Okay, so
So we're
um,
at part one. Do you want to?
do you want to do you want to open it up for discussion for a
Yeah,
small time? Open
yeah,
it up and we could start with this part next time.
yeah. Sure. I want to see
We
if
can
there's
open
like
it up.
a
We can put
bookmark.
the link and open up for discussion. Everybody, this is a Scary discussion. Do not
One.
anybody come here. Do not bring no bad energy over here, or don't bring no
Yeah,
craziness. Okay, we open it up. It's going to be a short time. We're gonna take this is not an open panel. Open panel. We're gonna
yeah. We're
if
not
Jenna
doing
wants
no drama,
if
no yelling, no talking about each other. We're not doing no none of that wild
yeah.
stuff tonight. This is about talking about the book in a respectful manner. We're not pointing fingers. We're not debating theology. So it's up to you. If anybody wants to jump on and have a nice civil discussion, then I will drop the link in the chat. But I'm not going to go past 12, so an hour and a half at the most.
Oh,
And
nah. Okay. This is what we could do.
work tomorrow.
Hey, hey,
And
hey.
what's
Hey,
up?
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. Okay, for the first, okay, we could do. We're gonna do only book talk for the first all the way to 11, and then we could cut it off. And you can start another open stream. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So if
I
you
don't
want
even
to do,
want to do that because I don't want to do an open stream tonight. I just want to
okay,
keep it
let's do open
about
stream.
this and then cut it.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
because I
So
don't want to go on forever. Like I said, I got work tomorrow. I'm willing to open it up, like I said, but midnight is my cutoff, so that's like an hour and 20 minutes from now. So, uh,
okay,
you know,
it don't even gotta be that long. It don't even gotta be. I mean, I don't mind
yeah,
if
we'll
it
see
needs to be
how it
11:30,
goes.
but
If
yeah,
nobody, if it's let's just ride it out, see how it goes. But I think this is, I'm excited to get into I'm excited to kind of get into this book. Like, I think it's gonna be real interesting, and
it is gonna be really today.
yeah,
So everybody, come on! I told you, please be respectful. I don't even want
yeah.
to be that low. If we stayed to 12, it don't matter. If we stayed to 12, it don't matter. I was expecting to like 11:30, but if we stayed to 12, it don't matter. But
I'm
I
just
don't
saying
even.
that's my max. I'm not going
Yeah,
past
I'll be
that. But
11. Yeah,
earlier, whatever, we'll just see how it goes, man.
yeah,
But
11:30. But come on, why so? I know why so. Liz said you wanted to come on.
he's
So, hey, but why so religious? Of course, come with peaceful energy. Born wanna come. Anybody we know. I tell you, this is not just ain't talk about anything. Everybody just talk about. We're here to talk about comparative religion, and the conversation doesn't have to be restricted to Buddhism and Islam. If you want to come and talk about comparative religion, about anybody, I tell you, but please, it's only respectful. Just talk about respect. We're not here to fight today. It's just talk about the book. Talk about common grounds. Talk about how we could find. Talk about common grounds. Those type of things.
right, right. I did find when I was looking up one of those terms, I think I found this other paper. It's like a paper written by a scholar. His name is Ahmad Faizuddin Romley. No, no, let me see. PhD candidate, Center for Akida Global Peace, Faculty of Islamic Studies, the National University of Malaysia, Selangor. I'm gonna post this in the thing in the Discord, and this might be good, like to either follow up behind it or just see what this guy says too, because this is a whole nother like Muslims kind of. It says Muslim scholars discourse on Buddhism, a literature on Buddhist position. So that might be interesting to add on to this at at a different date or something like that. But I'm gonna post
Yeah,
this
no,
in.
yeah, we could do that. Okay, what's it? You want to post the what? It's a,
I'm
how
gonna.
long?
It's just
It's a
another
what?
PDF. I'm gonna post it in the Discord.
Okay.
But yeah, it might be cool to follow up or go through. Um, who's that? Karaoke born.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
What happened
yo,
to
Yo,
karaoke tonight?
yeah, I don't know. They got reported. I don't know.
No
YouTube
way,
had
really?
hell yeah, I did it, and YouTube got reported. He reported the shit or something. I don't know, man.
oh, hey,
I
boy,
got, I got a
hey,
warning.
boy,
I got a
hey,
warning,
hey,
not a
hey,
strike.
boy,
Good.
hey, boy, hey,
Yeah,
boy. I'll
yeah,
have to ask that since this is a partially educational program, I have to
yeah.
ask that we can't use any type of foul language
Oh,
because it's
oh,
educational.
Man, all right,
It's
all right, all
educational. Only because it's educational.
right.
I'm gonna say this. I'm sending this to people. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a serious production. It's educational. That's all. It's just educational.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I have to say that. Just because you know what I'm saying? Because I really want. I'm gonna send this to kids and send it to people about common ground is gonna be education. That's the only reason why. I'll have to ask for the sake of this part of the stream. I mean just for this session, I have to ask no foul language.
All right, no problem, no problem. All right, let's get it. Let's get to it. Well, I'll ask some questions and then I'll just jump off, family. Um,
how
it's
did you like the? How did you? Were you following the reading at all? Like, how
a
did you like?
little bit, a little bit. I was in and out. I won't lie. I won't lie. I do have a question
Okay.
though. Now, is a Buddhist person considered a kafir, Mr.
Mm,
Pelu?
You have to look at their religion. Okay, to be a kafir. Okay, let's talk about what being a kafir is.
Okay.
Kafir comes from the root word to cover, right?
mhm,
And it means to cover the truth. It also means ungratefulness. So, and when we mean ungratefulness, it means a gratefulness to God for His mercy upon us, right? So
mhm,
the first issue is if it means ungratefulness for God of the mercies that He's given us, you first have to acknowledge there's a God, because the first ungratefulness you could do is not acknowledging the reality of God in existence. What's required of a human being who has who has suitable rationality, and that's debatable how much you can call suitable rationality, because some people might have diseases, some people might be retarded, some people have something, right? A sound-minded person must first and foremostly acknowledge God and reality. That's already number one. So we have to establish, does a Buddhist affirm God and reality? If so, they've started off right if they've done that, because that's the first foremost. You have to say God is real, right?
right.
Now, you
Yes.
have to acknowledge his his majesty, anything that detracts from his majesty is also considered ungratefulness. And the one thing and the one thing and in acknowledging mastery, you have to know his nature. You have to know. I mean, acknowledging majesty is. I want to make sure I say the right words. Acknowledging his majesty, you have to know his nature, because his nature itself is where his majesty derives from. And the first thing we know from his nature that he is one, right? That to us is the centrality of our religion. Is Tawheed. We believe that that's what was revealed to us in the Quran and by the Prophet, and that's our fundamentals. So you have to believe that he is one and he's without partner, and nothing else could be like him. That's what shirk is. Shirk is attributing partners to him. So one thing we have to avoid is any detraction from the majesty. So first we have to say he's real. We have to know he's one. We have to know he's absolute. You have to know he's all powerful. You have to know all the attributes that make him majestic, and you have to disassociate from anything that detracts from his majesty, and or not associate other things to his majesty, because his majesty is unattainable by the creation, because the creation can never be as the creator. So if our relationship with God is intact, if their relationship with God is intact, so that's the thing. So we have to go by each and everything and to decide that. So I'm not here today. I'm not here to say anybody's a Catholic today. I'm here to say what a Catholic is, and people could go do more research on what a Catholic is and decide what is for yourself. Because I'm not deciding what is for yourself, but go learn these things and see what these things are. But that's Islam. Islam has its standards, and we should and its standards is what makes someone a Catholic. I'm not going to say whether it is now just because of the energy I want to keep it on. I want to keep on the stream. But I do admit that your question is a great question, and it can be answered in another time.
Mm. Is that you? Why so religious? Because there's already a fake me in the back. Look at this idiot.
Yeah, I don't want no fake people. Don't mess up the stream. Anybody, yeah, everybody be. We asked that this be
Yeah, don't be weird.
educational.
Yeah, like Pelu said, don't be weird, guys. All right,
Don't be
come on.
weird today,
Why
especially
so?
today.
That's
This is not a regular open
we're
panel.
not
No,
together.
This
I
is an
was actually
educational
about to
production.
make a joke.
So I can
I
see
was
it's you.
about to make, yeah, I was about to make a joke, and then
Hold on.
Pelu was like, "You no jokes tonight." So I was like, "You know what?
That's you,
Let me
Why
ask you.
No,
Let
no,
me ask
no, no. You can make a joke if it's not vulgar, please. The only thing is because it's an educational program. Today we're doing an educational program, so we can't curse or be vulgar. That's the only reason. You understand? That's just for today, just for this one program. That's it. We have to set that rule just because it's educational, and we want to be able to present this as an educational program today. So we waiting for who's waiting from the back? Okay, is that Johnny John?
Yeah, it is. How's it going, man?
Okay,
my
hi
God,
Johnny
is that?
John.
I'm trying to figure
Hey,
out if it's the real why so religious. Is that
Okay,
you?
don't put it if it's not him. You
Hey,
don't hear him.
hello. Can you hear me
sounds
yet?
like it is. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
can
Now
hear
I
you.
can. Yeah, yeah. All right.
So I have to be real quick. My wife just got home and yada yada. But so I think it was a good question. That Born Rich came in and just straight up fired a real good question. Like, are they kafirs? But to get to it more Islamically, let's just use the Quran. Would Buddhists be mushrikeen? Because the concept of even Mr. Pelu was trying to say, oh, we have to look at the this kafir and kufar. It means to cover up this and that.
That's not me. That's not me.
If
Hey,
they
hey, hey, hey,
are,
hey, that's not me.
then
Hey,
I
wait, wait,
blocked
wait.
it.
No,
I blocked it. I got it. I got you. I got you. I got you. I know who it
hey,
is. I know who it
no,
is. They're gonna
no.
come with
Why so religious?
accounts of everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Cause, no, because we had somebody interpreting me. Why so religious? I had to stop that because that's not
Yeah.
me. That's not me doing
No,
that.
I know. So mushrikeen are people who associate partners with Allah, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we do not believe in the in Allah, how could we associate partners with him?
Yeah. That's why I said the first
that,
step is you have to affirm in reality.
I think we
no,
would
Jen
be more
Wallace,
kafirs
Mr. Pilu,
than
may I respond to that before? May I respond to that as far as like because I asked the question and Jen Wallace answered as opposed to you, and then you're trying to
oh,
say
sorry.
that. So,
Well,
but no, but
Is that
to
wrong?
No,
say
no.
that
Hey, hey,
no,
hey,
it
why so
is
religious?
wrong. That is a very wrong
No, but why
concept
so religious? Why so religious?
Islamically.
Please,
How is
please,
that
please, please,
wrong?
please, please, please. Why so religious? I just want to make sure that you remember keep the energy positive and educational, please. Okay, it's an
Okay.
education. We're making an
Well,
education.
that,
Today is not a debate day. It's just please. It's just the it's a discussion
Mr.
day. Please.
Pelu, Mr. Pelu, you know I tried to come with scholarly stuff. I don't like. I may
Yeah,
come
but
off
let's.
No,
as like
Yeah, we're cool.
no,
I
no.
may come off
No,
as
no.
like confrontational and stuff like that, but I do try to bring up questions that are scholarly
That's
reference
fine.
or
Born rich for
yeah,
saying
yeah.
that.
That
So
So the
is that wrong?
question
How is that wrong? Yeah, how's that wrong?
so Islamic so you personally, Jen, you could have that concept, right? Because you're outside of Islam. But
Mm,
inside of Islam, mushrikeen, right? People who practice shirk in the
Wait,
concept of Islam,
how
which
do I?
have who have a concept of equating to Allah or ascribing with Allah.
Right,
Now,
and I'm
you
asking,
don't
what do Buddhists do that fits that criteria?
well, for one, you don't accept that Allah would be the one that
Created the
um
earth, humanity.
no no
So,
no
so if
no
we
what
don't,
we can start there. We could start there, but I was going to try to get something to something more direct, and I have to think about the way that I want to phrase it. You would have to say that Buddhists accept that Allah's will determines everything. Does Buddhism accept that there is one God the God, Allah, that determines everything, and that you cannot
No,
do anything
no,
without it.
no, we don't. So if we don't believe that, right? But I'm asking, in the the case of like worshiping something or associating partners or ascribing certain powers to certain things, like where do we do that? Like under like what do Buddhists do that they
Okay, so you said earlier that there is going to be another Buddha, but at this time, uh, it's not going to be presented yet. Correct? You said that earlier
the
that there
the,
will
the
be.
criteria is not ready for the yeah for the situation's not right for the
So
arrival of another Buddha yet.
so so the belief system says that there will be another. Let's just say messenger, right? Because wouldn't the Buddha be a messenger?
Yeah, another messenger that will bring the
Would he
same
be a
dharma.
prophet?
Well, this is the whole thing. This is the whole video that I did refuting Zakir Naik. I'm not sure if you watched that or not, but there's a prophecy that we have of the Maitreya, and that will be the next enlightened Buddha, like the historical Siddhartha that will come to this earth. But
Okay,
in
actually,
order,
right there, that's all we have to go off of, right?
okay,
That you believe that there is a prophecy that is not based off of Allah, which would mean that it is shirk because you are attributing prophecies to a person that Allah has not ascribed prophecy to, which is shirk.
okay, I don't like. Okay, that's cool. Like I'm
No,
cool.
I'm
Okay,
just saying this
I
is
okay.
get,
wrong.
I'm cool with that.
Mr. Pilu, am I
Like,
wrong about that?
I would say it's definitely Kufr. I would say okay, okay. Play this. First of all, you have to
No, I
acknowledge
said
God.
mushakin.
I, I know. Listen to me. Listen to me. All shirk is also Kufr. Okay. Kufr is the wider is wider. Kufr is is all types of sacrilege or blasphemy. All types of sacrilege and blasphemy is kufr, right? Shirk is kufr, and so is nifaq, right? So nifaq is hypocrisy in Islam. The munafiq is a kafir as well, right?
Meso is
Both.
wrong. Do not highlight him when he says that. That is wrong, Meso.
Okay, okay, chill, wise sir, please. I mean, this is not an argument, day, please. It's just a talk, day. We just had a talk, please. We just had a talk. The only reason I just want to keep the energy because I told you I'm sending this out to people as just a discussion, as just a comparative discussion. It's not a civilized production, so just keep that in mind. Anyway, yeah. So all these things are considered, right? So am I going to make a judgment today? I'm not here. We're not here to make a judgment, but it's good that you bring these questions up, and we could and what's the nature of a kafir, what's the nature of this and that, but let's just say we say as Muslims that Buddhism, that the belief in the Buddhist religion constitutes kufr, right? It don't constitutes kufr, right? Now if it constitutes kufr, is it still impossible for us to talk to people and to build bridges, because that's what we're here to do right today, right? Does
But
it
what if it
negate the ability to
constitutes
do
being a
discourse?
mushakin? No, the
But
question was
but listen, if somebody's a mush, so you're telling me a mushrikin, a Muslim
yeah,
cannot talk to a mushrikin? We can't even talk. We can't have a dialogue. Is that what you're trying to tell me? That you believe that Islam says that we cannot talk? Because that's what we had to do. Today's dialogue day.
that's not
Today's
my
not argument
position,
day.
sir. But that's not my position, sir. My
But that's the
with
position. But
what
that's the
you
point
have
of the talk.
read. No. But what you have read and the discussion that has been going on for the few hours of the stream, my position is, does Allah have rulings on how to deal with mushrikeen? And if so, then why hasn't that been explained yet? That if somebody is a mushrikin according to the not a kafir, not a kufar, but a person who practices shirk, what is the ruling inside of Islam, at least in Allah's words? Like, I know that you're a body and that a bodies do not accept certain, let's say, hadiths that other Muslim groups like Sunnis or Shias or even Sufis agree with. But so let's strictly go to Allah's words. What is the concept that Allah
Okay,
says
okay,
his
okay,
perfect recitation to deal with
okay,
mushrikeen?
okay. Listen. We supposed to dissociate from the mushrikin, of course. We do bara. We call it bara. We do bara and tumina mushrikin. That's the ninth chapter. The ninth chapter starts off with that. We dissociate. We do bara. It's called disassociation. We immune ourselves. We don't it's a psychological defense and immunity we have from the mushrikin. We call it bara. Yes, we're in a condition of bara from the mushrikin. I totally accept that, and I'm in a condition of bara from the non-Muslims and for any type of kufr, any type of kufr. I know you don't want to use kufr. I'm using kufr because when I assess shirk, I assess it in the basis of kufr because shirk is only bad because it's kufr. Shirk is bad because it's kufr. And kufr is any detraction from God. We feel is any distraction from His Majesty is kufr to us, and that's un-Islamic and that's unacceptable. We must do bara from that. So yes, we're supposed to disassociate from them, right? But dissociation is a psychological identification dissociation. We don't identify with these people, but in life, can we talk to these people? I know you said the book doesn't deal with it. Guess what? We only went to the forwards and introduction. We haven't even got into the work the work yet. And we're just here to talk about things. So the book might get into it. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say? If you want to get into that, that's a whole different talk. If you personally want to say I'm wise or religious, and I want to talk about the reasons why a Muslim can't talk to a Buddhist, right? But we're here to see if there's a reason why they can, and if the authors can give us that reason. We might not have got to that part yet. If you want to answer your
But
question, yes,
that's
we
not.
might
But
not have
that's
gotten
not
to
the
that part.
argument. That's not the argument that I'm presenting.
You said no. You perceive said why doesn't the book talk about the way that Allah says that people should treat the mushrikin? And I told you the first thing from the Quran
I
itself I
never
know
said
off my
that.
head was bara.
I never said about the book presenting the way.
You didn't say.
I'm
I swear to God.
asking.
You said why hasn't the
Okay,
book
then
discussed
maybe.
it? You said why hasn't the book discussed it? If you go
So
back and go
okay,
over
okay,
that,
Mr. Pelu, maybe you are correct and I misspoke. I apologize if I misspoke earlier. What I'm talking about is what is the Islamic? Hello, thank you. Um, what is the Islamic position on the way to deal with mushrikeen and are Buddhist mushrikeen?
listen. I said I'm not making that judgment right now, but I'm going to tell you from. I'm gonna give you some example. I know was is disassociation is bara. I gave you one example. If everyone wants to look at the verse, is the ninth chapter. Bara anton mina mushrikin. Separate from the mushrikin. Bara, the ninth chapter.
Yeah.
It's also called Tauba. So that's what I'm giving. I'm giving you that. That's what I'm giving you for that. But we haven't finished the book. We're gonna go into more discussions about this issue. So but that's the primary way I know of is bara. If you have another way you want to share, you can share it. I'm telling you bara. That's my answer I'm giving you from now for now. I'm comfortable
Could you
telling you
say
about
that in
bara.
English? What is that in English?
Bara is
Butter.
this disassociation or immunity, disassociation, immunity or disassociation. It means to separate from somebody in terms of your identity.
Am I mistaken that inside of Surah 9 that you just mentioned, like Surah 9:7, maybe, if I'm not mistaken? I might be. I'm driving right now, so I'm not sure. I'll have
Is
my
that the
source
real
material.
Raj in the back chat?
You want me to read Surah? Oh yeah, let's see.
But
Wait,
not Surah 5, but Surah like 7, if I'm not mistaken.
you
You
said
know,
you said verse 7.
you're not allowed to make treaties with the mushrikeen that is mentioned earlier in Surah 9,
Where,
like the
where, where? What are you talking
polytheists,
about?
right?
Let's go. Let's find where are you talking about exactly? You want me? You want? I mean, you want? What are you talking about exactly? About it?
So in Surah
You know,
9,
it
if
says
you
a
want
treaty.
to,
Listen. Okay, I'm gonna read Surah now. I'm gonna read the beginning. Let me read it because you're gonna go. I'm gonna actually read it. Right? Just for the sake of talk. I'm gonna read it. Of course I'm giving you the English. I'm
okay,
giving you English translation from Yusuf Ali. So I'm sorry. I know this is not the authentic Quran, but for sake of talking, we all work in English. I'm gonna use English translation. Of course, to everybody, this is a discussion. We're not fighting. We're debating. I just want to read it for people to understand the context of where the conversation is at right now, just for the fact. Okay. Tauba, repentance, or bara, immunity, right? So that's Surah 9, right? The first one is bara. That's the question of immunity, right? So a declaration of immunity from Allah and His apostle to those of the pagans which we have contracted. We have contracted mutual alliance, right? Go ye then for 4 months backwards and forwards as you will throughout the land. But know ye that ye cannot frustrate Allah, but that Allah will cover you. But Allah will cover with shame those who reject Him, right? But Allah will cover with shame those who reject Him, and an announcement from Allah and His apostle to the people on the day of the great pilgrimage, that Allah and His apostle dissolve obligations with the pagans. If then ye repent, it is best for you. But if ye turn away, know ye that ye cannot frustrate Allah, and proclaim a grievous penalty to those who reject faith. But not dissolve those, but the treaties are not dissolved, right? Not dissolved with the pagans whom ye have entered into an alliance with, who have not subsequently failed failed you in aught, nor aided anyone against you. So fulfill your engagements with them to the end of their
Continue
term. For
reading.
Allah loveth
Continue reading.
for Allah loveth the righteous. But
Continue
when the
reading.
forbidden months are past, then fight and slay the pagans wherever you may find them, and seize them, beleaguer them, and lie in wait for them in every stratagem of war, in every stratagem. But if they repent and establish regular prayer and practice regular charity, then open the way for them. For Allah is all forgiving, most merciful. If any amongst the pagans ask thee for asylum, grant it to them, so that he may hear the word of Allah, and then escort him to where he can be secure. That is because they are men without knowledge. How can there
Continue reading.
how can there be a league before Allah and His apostle with the pagans, except those whom you have made a treaty near the sacred mosque? As long as these stand true to you, stand true to them.
This is the
For
verse.
Allah
This
doth
is the
love the
verse.
righteousness.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Pelu, this is the verse. Now, firstly, is mushakin the word that is translated as pagan?
Starts with Mushrikeen. Okay, look at it. Okay, watch this. Bara antum lila rusulihi waladina hatum minal mushrikin
So yes, just say yes.
fasihu fil ardi arbata arbat ata
So then
ashari
it's yes.
walamu.
You don't. Yo, buddy, I'm just saying. All you have to do is say yes. That mushakin is the word pagan.
That is why I
Now,
said it. That's the reason why when you said how to deal with the mushrikin, I went straight to here because I know that it says bara antum fina bara antum lilal rasul lila dina hatum mina
but what did
mushrikin.
the verse say? What did the verse say, buddy? That I said. Okay, that's the verse I'm talking about. I think it's 9:7, right? That you
I don't even
stopped
think we
on.
even got to 9-7 yet because you. I mean no. I think no yeah. Did we even get yeah. I think we got to that. Yeah, we said how. Okay, 9-7 starts. How can there be a league before Allah and His apostle with the pagans, except those with whom ye have made a treaty near the sacred
So
mosque?
right
As long
there, it is saying, how can there be a treaty between the mushakin, the pagans, and anybody else other than the pagans that were from the Almis the Almis
haram, Masjid haram,
Masjid Haram. I'm
Masjid
sorry.
haram. Hatum innal Masjid haram. Yeah, okay,
So this is
okay.
cutting off. Even if you go to the beginning of the surah, where it says that all duties for Muslims are to Allah and not to the disbelievers and their treaties. And then it says in number 7 that even with the mushakin, the pagans, as is commonly translated, it's only the ones that are from Mecca that they have to hold that treaty to. So the
It said the
pagans,
ones that
like,
it made a treaty
may I
with
continue?
in
Just
in Mecca.
real quick. I promise you, I will listen to you, Mr. Pelo. I promise you. But in the 7 verses that we just read, can you say in a way that Jen Wallace's religion of people and Raj's religions of people
Oh no.
are able to have treaties based off of 9:7 of the Quran?
No,
Come on, why
listen.
so? Can I just say something? Because I can't
No,
stay and it's really late in the night and I don't disturb. I just want to
Oh,
say
yeah,
that.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where why so religious is coming from. He's kind of putting like poop on top of a nice cake, yeah, and that's what why so religious does at the end of the day, yeah. But there is some,
everybody, Raj, I want to give you a disclaimer first. Remember that we're still trying to make this an educational program, so just I want to make sure we watch our language because we're trying to pass off as an educational program to people.
Yeah, I'll rephrase and say excrement on a cake. Is it excrement okay? Excrement.
Yeah.
That's fine. So the thing is, I haven't listened to the whole thing, but I've been jumping in and out, and like it's really nice here to hear, like two people from different faiths that are kind of juxtaposed to each other in certain really kind of ideological differences, but coming on a common ground. And if people can do this more often, it's a really nice difference to the usual kind of like more kind of like going by the differences rather than the similarities. So big up Mr. Pillow, man. Like it's a nice energy change. It's nice to hear people go, okay, we do have this in common. And obviously there are going to be a lot of things that are not in common. Like we have fundamental differences in terms of like how we see the afterlife and stuff like that. But big up Mr. Pelu, man, for doing this. It's really nice. I didn't even know you could even do a show called Buddhism and Islam, because I thought they're so different that I thought even the title itself was like a bit of a shock. So yeah, I'll listen back to it. And hopefully I'll kind of like I heard bits about it.
Please leave comments. Please leave a bunch of comments, because everything you leave a comment for just the next time. Trust me.
Yeah. And I realized that when you talk about religion, your kind of like stutter really goes though. Have you realized that? I don't know if you've known that yourself.
And because the energy,
vibe, man, it's a good
because the energy we wanted to do. We wanted to do peaceful. We just want to talk. We're not here to fight today.
We do like you fighting though. That's the thing though. We do like it.
But today's not the fight day. Today's not my fight day.
Yeah.
Today's just my talk. We're just talking. We're just talking. That's it.
I think have you guys ever heard of something called the perennial philosophy? If you Google it, the perennial.
Nah.
Hey, tell us about it. Tell us about the perennial philosophy. You tell us, Johnny.
Yeah, well, I'm just here. I'll just read the first.
Oh, it's Johnny. Oh,
Johnny.
John. Oh, John. How you doing, John, my mate? You're doing good, mate. Yeah, you're doing all right here. You're not causing trouble tonight, are you, mate? You're not causing trouble, are you, mate?
No, not tonight, brother.
Yeah, good.
My accent is horrible. It's just
we got why so religious to do that for us today, mate. Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
He didn't like that. Okay, so the perennial philosophy is referred to as perennialism, is a perspective in philosophy and spirituality that views all of the world's religious traditions as sharing a single metaphysical truth or origin from which all esoteric and exoteric knowledge and doctrine has grown. So it's sort of like the idea is that all religions at their core teach the same fundamental truth. I don't know if sometimes I think it's a happy idea, but it might not necessarily be true. Mm-hmm. But so like the mysticism of the Sufis, they're touching on something when they do their dervish spinning and their intoxicated dances. They're touching on something within themselves that is, common to all spiritual traditions. It's sort of like when people also have near-death experiences, they tend to be pretty similar across religions.
Yeah, like all cultures and religions kind of the same. Like you see the light and it fades, and you can sometimes see yourself, and you're looking at yourself. They're all similar stories. Like it's really kind of weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's good, man. Like I think the book is gonna be interesting when we get into it. Like I'm excited.
Oh, you still got more?
A lot more.
Yeah, oh my god, we only got to the fast forward. We got past the introduction.
So who
we're gonna crank though. Next time we'll move through. Like probably.
So who was the actual author though? Is he someone quite well renowned or?
So let me see.
It wasn't you, Mr. Pelu, was it?
Nah, it's
Under
not
a
me.
pseudonym.
It's not me. It was this guy, and then but even see the four. See, we had four by the. But look, no matter what about it, it was well received because a lot of people contributed to it. Like we had contributions already from the His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The first reading we had from the book was an introduction by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. You know, so I mean, in Buddhism, it's not too many bigger names than the
Yeah,
the Holy.
I do think that I heard a little bit about. One thing is that, from my understanding, is that obviously Buddhism is a lot older than Islam, and it's, I'd say, a couple of hundred years. So Buddha, I think some Muslims say he could have been one of the messengers sent, because they believe that a lot of messengers were sent
Yeah,
prior
and
to
that's what
Islam.
they're trying to
So in
find
reality,
out.
they could believe that Buddha was a messenger, but they think his message got corrupted. Obviously, anything after, they will say that there's no more messengers after that particular time. So Buddha could be, seen as one of those messengers that that basically they believe that he
Yeah,
got
and
corrupted
that's what some
down the
people are
line.
trying to make. But we want to emphasize, of course, people have different positions. We're not giving anybody a position, but that was one of the arguments some people the book was trying to make in certain ways.
No,
But even the book,
I've heard quite a lot of very mainstream Dawa guys say this. I've heard them at the park saying, "Well, mate," 'cause people ask,
I've
"Oh,
heard
what
it at
about
the
Buddha?"
mosque. I've heard some people
Yeah.
literally in the mosque say something like this.
Yeah,
I've
they'll
heard people
say
in the
they'll
mosque
know.
say
I've heard someone say, "What about Buddha?" And they say, "Well, maybe we don't know because we've been told there's been thousands of messengers. He could have been, but we believe his message was corrupted." So it's not totally out the mainstream. I've heard it before that Buddha
Actually,
could have been.
Shabir Ali made a video on it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna try to find it, but he said basically the same thing.
Ah, born rich and the thing. Oh, the other thing is, before I go, I think I heard you say something about attachment, yeah, and your children and stuff like that. That you do have attachment to your children, and
Yeah,
that's kind of like. But the thing is, a bit of attachment is a good thing. If you don't have any attachment to anything, then you wouldn't care if your children died. Do you understand? Like, you have to have some form of
right, right,
protectiveness. There's a balance of the attachment. Like, if you have no attachment to your children, then if you don't care what happens to them, then you're not going to be a mother, are you? One of the
right.
ways that you protect your children is because you have some attachment to them. I think with attachment, you just don't let it get out of control. It's like lust. Like, you're gonna have to have a bit of lust, otherwise you're not gonna be able to do anything, are you? You can't be a freaking what's it called? Like, have no lust, because how are you gonna procreate? You understand?
Right, right.
Anger
You
as
Well, I
need
well.
think
attachment
Buddhists
to it.
actually,
Yeah.
the idea is to end the cycle of rebirth. So you don't want to be reborn. You don't want to
Yeah,
continue.
same with Sikhism. Same with Sikhism.
Oh, is it?
It's the whole aim is to get out of the recycle of birth and death, and
Yeah,
become one with the creator.
Is it called samsara? And
We call it Sachkhand. Sachkhand, which means that you get to, I mean, it sounds a bit boring to people. Oh, you just merge back with God. Oh, that's boring. You're just floating about. But the thing is that people are missing the point that you're not going to have none of the earthly problems of fear, anger, lust. Obviously, the lust bit, people probably think, oh, well, that's a bit boring, and other stuff. Whereas I found that, like, when you're once that's all gone, that is a form of heaven, isn't it? If you don't have to worry about none of that stuff, that's the stuff that brings man down. All of those things when it consumes you. So not having any of that. Imagine being in existence where you have no fear, nothing.
Oh,
just,
that'd be fantastic.
hey,
Yeah.
hold on. What's the name on a chat said? Cardi, exactly where you know exactly where I was going to go to. Yep.
yeah.
The
It's
Cardi
not.
said attachment and love are not the same thing. So
That's
how do
exactly.
y'all feel about that? How do you feel about a
That's right.
non-attached love? How you feel about
That's a true love. That's true
I,
love.
I've heard people say that before. Again, I've heard people say, love is not supposed to be selfish. It's supposed to be unattached. I forgot the exact
Right.
word. It's some other word they use. I forget the word.
So
Carter,
there's like,
can I say, Carter,
yeah.
you're way too deep for me on this one, man. He's too intellectual on this one. I'm still thinking about it. That's a deep
So
one.
I'll
Man.
explain it, right? So love, like people, like a lot of people love for the wrong reasons, right? They love because they want to possess that person, because they want to control that person. They want to bend that person, like so they want acknowledgement and
Hey, hold on for 1 second. Yeah.
validation for that person. You know
Hey,
what I'm saying?
hold on for 1 second. Yeah, that's exactly the word I want to use. Non-possessive. That's what I heard. I heard a lot of people use the word non-possessive love. That's all I want to say. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So if you can love someone without being like attached to them, knowing that like if you lose them, like you'll still love them, you know what I'm saying? Then that's true, like altruistic love, like, and that's really hard to kind of achieve. But yeah, it's not the same at all.
Did you get any kind of like negativity? It didn't seem like it.
Oh yeah, like they were going hard in the chat. They're like, "This is Shirk, this is Shirk. Oh my God, Shirk attack, Shirk attack."
Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. It could be worse, isn't it? So like,
but we emphasize that we're not saying that there is or not. We're just saying let's read.
Yeah.
We're just saying let's talk.
There's nothing wrong with kind of like you know what you lot are doing, trying to show.
No,
okay, there's not so much differences. I don't understand why people get so upset about it.
Right? It's such a positive, like, good move. You know, like this is what I was saying earlier. Like people get caught up in the text so much that you forget what religions are supposed to be here, like to help people become better people and to like, you know, be connected with whatever spiritual, like you know, being that you want to, that's above you. And
you got this. What was Buddha? This I like this guy. Was Buddha a prophet? I think he says the same thing, and this is quite mainstream.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I just want to get one
videos I've watched. They're good videos. Yeah.
He says the same thing, does he?
Yep. Same thing.
Yeah.
He's Canadian.
Before you do that, I want to say, even in Islam, we have a concept of loving for the cause of God. The same way you're supposed to love for the cause of God, the same way hate for the cause of God. So the way we deal with those love and attachment is tying it to God. That's one way I know that we do it. We do it by tying it to God. We tie our love to God. We tie our fear to God. We tie our hate for God. We tie all our emotions to God. So God becomes our arbitrator in a way, or our governor. If that makes sense to anybody who's understanding it, because I want to get that response. Because that's the way we sublimate our desires, or what's the better word? Sublimate. That's the way we sublimate our desires. We put our desires into the one who created us and say our desires are here to work for the one who made us, and we work for God with God's favor.
I do. One of the things I do have an issue with is sometimes when you use the word hate here, it kind of brings a lot of negative connotations about when you hate something. There's a dark energy to it. Now, I think there should be a different word that you have.
I'm glad you said that, right? I'm glad you said that, right? I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna tell you why I'm glad you said that. Wait, I'm gonna tell you why I'm glad you said that. Because guess what? In reality, do people hate? Do we have hate in our why do we have hate? I know you might say it's dark, right? But it's there, right? Right?
No, I mean hate has its purpose. Because
that's what I'm saying.
Hate certain things.
So if you have hate, if it's there, it has its purpose. Why don't we acknowledge the purpose why God? Because the way we look at the world is that God made everything. God made both the evil and bad aspects. That we call that cutter. We call it cutter. God's will, right? And the cutter is that everything comes to God, both good and bad aspects of life, right? So if we know that these things come from God, and that's our fundamental belief that everything is the will of God, why don't we understand even things that we could see as dark or
we do.
As being and having some type of relationship with God's plan for us, and we should understand God's plan for us by the motions that He gives us as a sign of His existence and His will for us. Because everything is His will, so we should look at everything as a sign of His will and process everything accordingly, even the darker aspects. Like we shouldn't be afraid of our own shadow. You know what I'm saying?
Well, in Buddhism, hatred is actually considered a poison. There's three of them. There's
poisons.
Yeah, so it's not. It's there, but it's not really conducive to wholesome flourishing of your life. You know, people that are just filled with hate, they're not pleasant to be around. Nobody wants to be around somebody who's just negative all the time.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, I am actually.
Oh, thank you. That sounds like me. Like, yeah, it's true though. Hate is a destructive force. Like you know, the same way greed and other kind of like things can consume you. This is why, like I think the same with Buddhism. We don't believe in a literal devil. We believe that man can become a demon through allowing these what we call in Sikhism we call the five thieves, like your anger, your lust, your greed, your attachment, and and all of those kind of stuff. So once you let those take control of yourself, you can become a real life devil. And we've seen it throughout history how people have like literally become real demons in real life. Yeah.
Hey, Raj, I want to piggyback on that. And that's exactly what we say too. Matter of fact, I'm glad you said it, right? Because the same way it can take control of your life, that same way we put our life and our emotions in control of it, in God's hand for Him to control. You know what I'm saying? While saying we hate for the cause of God, is saying that we putting all our emotions, no matter how dark it is, in God's hands for His control. You understand?
Yeah, I think the thing is, Mr. Pelu, you need to understand that there's a lot of people that have taken this love for the sake of Allah and hate for the sake, and they've twisted it to make it sound quite dark. And so I'm not saying it is. It's just that some people, the way they say it, it's like they brought the kind of brush they do it is like everything that they disagree with, they hate. And you understand, like, and when you hear that, it's like really.
But that's not the root of it. Well, okay, fine.
That's what I'm saying.
Right,
I'm not saying that is the root of it. I'm saying some people have tarnished a lot of things by making it that way. I'm not saying that is what it is, but that's why some people have presented it in that I've seen.
Of course, and I say this all the time. Islam suffers from a huge heresy problem. I tell that, and I say that every time, everywhere I go. Everybody knows that. I say not Islam suffers, but unfortunately, the world suffers from heresies masquerading as Islam or presenting themselves to be Islam. The world is suffering from, unfortunately. And so so I hear where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying? But
you're lucky. I'm always happy you're in the States and you got a gun here that you can protect yourself with.
yeah. Love America.
If you was in America, I'm not saying pro-gun, but I'm saying if you was here saying this kind of stuff, and you was in Speaker's Corner, I reckon you'd be somebody that would be hounded every day.
Yeah, but I mean, but then again, I wouldn't be around. Like, I'm around my people. I don't be around the opposition. I mean, I don't hang around the opposition. I don't deal with the opposition. So it's like I don't do that. I don't hang around my ops.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is the fact that you can openly have a civil conversation with a mushrikeen like Buddhist, like Jen Wallace, and and not flip out or anything. That in itself is quite strange because one of the problems is I think when we're talking to people, because Buddhism for some reason really gets under some people's skin.
Really?
Now from the South, you have to understand it's a very South Asian issue. Like the rest of the Muslim world, I don't think has this issue but the reason South Asia has it is because most of the people in like Afghanistan and Pakistan were at one point Buddhist or Hindu. So they hate to be reminded of their previous lives, and so when you bring it up, they have to go double down, like, oh, these mushrikeen, we're glad we destroyed them, and so they have a very big chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, you saw that video, right? You saw that. I let you watch that.
And you don't have that. You don't have that with any other Muslims I've met from any other place. They'll say, okay, my ancestors were Zoroastrian, my ancestors were pagans. And they don't have that vitriol, but when it comes to like the South Asians, it gets pretty messy.
A simple reason is because of the partition.
No. It's more. The partition is one part,
but it made it work.
That's recent. That's real recent.
But I think it's more recent. It's more recent. Okay, look, I'm gonna give you why I'm saying this. Right? Let me tell you why I'm saying this. Okay, before I did this, right? Before today, I was prepping with this guy. He came on a little bit earlier. I'm just in the chat. Anan, I don't know his real name, but we call him Anan. He has a Discord server, but he puts a lot of work into his Discord server. The way he runs is almost like a think tank. He calls it a fact chamber. It's like a think tank almost. Anyway, we had long talks. About the issue, and he's actually West Bengali. He's West Bengali. He's from a Hindu background. He's from a Bengali. He's from the Indian side of Bengal. You understand? And he's from a Hindu background. But he almost sees himself halfway like a Muslim. He says in his culture, Islam was so syncretic. He said a lot of the Hindu masters were also students of Sufi masters and vice versa, and all these things like that. So it's like and he said in this culture, even in the Hindus, they always praising Ali, have songs, Sufi songs, and Ali songs.
Yeah, but the problem is that Bangladesh is 1,500 miles away, 15,000 miles or 1,500 miles away from Pakistan. Now, where I'm from, the Punjab, which was split between now half of it's in Pakistan, the Bengalis don't have this issue either. They seem to be quite comfortable with their roots from before being maybe Hindu and Buddhist. It's a very Pakistani situation, and you'll see a lot of Pakistanis like will not
Yeah,
accept that their
but
ancestors at
Raj,
one point were Buddhist or Hindu,
but
and so
Raj,
they have a double down real
hey,
vitriol
But
towards
Raj,
Buddhists and
see,
Hindus.
but you proved my point. You proved my point just now. Okay, first you said South Asia, right? And I gave you the example of the Bengali, right? And the reason why I'm going back at it is because I mean I hear what you're saying, but I still cannot take away the strong dividing factor that the partition did, because even if you compare it to Pakistan, East Pakistan, there's now Bangladesh. That's why even East Pakistan had to leave Pakistan because of the differences in ways of in
Yeah,
outlook.
yeah, yeah.
What
And
I'm
the way
saying
they
is,
practice Islam, they didn't like. So East Pakistan is Bangladesh now. They didn't like their way of practicing Islam, and they didn't like their dialect either. The Bengali dialect. They
yeah,
wanted to make
dialect,
it
but like
to.
they wanted
They
everybody to
meant
do
to make it Arabic.
Urdu.
Yeah,
They wanted
or what's
everybody to
called
do Urdu.
Shamiki.
Urdu, you mean
Yeah,
Urdu?
Urdu, but that's basically Hindi, but with a Arabic alphabet.
Script, alphabet,
Yeah,
Arabic. Yeah, yeah, it's the same thing.
yeah,
But no, but what I'm saying is that look, what I'm trying to say is that the political outlook needed, or not even needed, or what was felt, or assessed to be needed to forge a nation state of Pakistan has a significant role of how we've
yeah.
lived in our lifetimes, me and you, and how the relationships have been in those part of the regions. I mean, I'm not from that region, but
Mm.
but as an honest observer of history, I can negate how dramatic the
Yeah, I
partition
mean,
had an effect
I
of
mean, to be honest,
especially since both of us were born after those days. You understand?
yeah,
So in
I
your
mean, the thing is, yeah,
lifetime,
I agree with you that it did probably have a big effect. I think it's part of it because look, when if you look at a lot of the most vitriolic people against, like, like Hinduism, Buddhism, they're definitely from not they're definitely from, like, the Pakistan area of thing. I remember there was millions of Buddhists in Afghanistan at one point, and there's no Buddhists there left. Yeah, there's a place called the Hindu Kush. So I don't want to make it negative, but so they have this real kind of weird kind of like, if you say you was Buddhist or Hindu, they get very upset, and so they tend to be very harsh. I mean, towards
but I'm
those
gonna tell you what
particular
that means.
faiths.
Let me tell you what that means. I'm gonna tell you what that means. That means not that's a problem with them. I'm gonna tell you why it's a problem with them, right? That means they're not grateful for the blessings that God has given them for revealing Islam to them and giving Islam in them life. If you're gonna hang on to your old life, that means you haven't really converted. You haven't really changed
Yeah.
this life for the next. If you really accept that God has given you the mercy and has favored you and share with you His own religion, this vitriol that you're talking about is in itself a form of kufr, because it's taken away from God's majesty, taken away from His blessing. We call it kufr nema. That's what we call it in the Istiqamah school. In Allah Islam, we call it
Yeah,
kufr
but the
nema.
difference you have to understand is that Hinduism and Buddhism are so ingrained within Indian history that it's hard to separate Hinduism from very important parts of Indian history. So
It doesn't
when
matter,
I
that's the
know it
reason.
doesn't.
Wait,
I know it.
watch.
I know
Let
it.
me give a
Right.
response.
So
Let me give a response.
let me just finish one sentence. So I know that it doesn't matter, because for me, yeah, my family at one point were probably Buddhist and Hindus, and I'm glad they converted to Sikhism. But I can still look back at their history and go, okay, these people created, and done great things. And that seems to be more of a chip on the shoulder for certain. This is why when you have this conversation between Buddhism and Islam, it's going to raise some flags with certain people from South Asia. I bet most of the people that were complaining were probably Pakistani or something from that area. I guarantee you, man.
Okay, again, people understand history is history. Okay, even I'm gonna tell you a quote I even said when we were doing the presentation, right? When we were reading, right? I brought up a quote about Islam, right? This is a quote from the Prophet. It's a hadith from the Prophet, peace and blessings upon him, right? He said, when Islam came, it was a strange thing. And then he said, and when Islam returns, it's also gonna be a strange thing. So we should give glad tidings to the strangers, right? I said that. And then his companions asked the Prophet, peace and blessings upon him, who are the strangers? And the Prophet said, is the ones who left their tribes and joined Islam. These are the strangers, right? So what I'm trying to say is that these people have not left their way of thinking. Just because you have a certain history, it doesn't mean, like, for example, my family were slaves. I'm from Sierra Leone. My family are from the Creoles. We all descendants of slaves who settled in Sierra Leone, former slaves who won their freedom and relocated to Sierra Leone to start their own national culture. But my life is not defined as a slave. It's because my ancestors were slaves. My life is not defined as a slave. I'm grateful for the deliverance that God has given me in my life, that I live a better life than my ancestors. So it's ungratefulness for what God has given you. It's not counting your blessings. If you have that's idleness. What you're talking about is idleness. People should get rid of idleness. Find something to do with their lives and devote their lives to assessing their reality and stop with this. You know what I'm trying to say? So I mean, of course, this is out of ignorance. It's out of ignorance. It's out of political expediency. A lot of it is out of cultural expediency. It's about identity to separate yourself. But at the end of the day, if you're separating yourself for your own vanity, you're not really separating yourself for the cause of God. You know what I'm saying? It's a vanity problem at that point. It's a vanity. Say, oh, I used to be this, so I'm gonna keep this and keep thing that. That's all vanity. We call it battle. That's voidness. That's vanity. It's battle. Like the word battle means like vanity, voidness, or just like futility. If they wanna keep themselves in a state of futility, because that way of thinking is gonna make you a useless person. That's just uselessness. It's uselessness, and Islam is not about uselessness. It's about usefulness. You know what I'm trying to say? It's about usefulness. It's about charity. It's about karma. It's about generosity, dignity, loving kindness, and holding on to that vanity is pure and simple. Is a sign of your cursedness in life. Because you're cursed if that's the way you're thinking. That means God. Because if God loves you, you're not gonna think about all stuff. If you one that God has attached to Himself and said, "Hey, you're my friend," that if I was a Buddhist, what I gotta do? Nothing. You right now and God are friends. What is my grandfather was a Buddhist got to do with you and God being a friend today? If God said He's your friend, what you gonna say? Oh, I'm not your friend because my grandfather was. I mean, it's vanity. It's vanity. And that's shameful behavior. If what you're describing is true. And I'm not saying shameful behaviors doesn't go on. A lot of shameful behaviors go on, but that's not the root of Islam. Thank you.
Well, anyway, like big up before there's only so long I can go without trolling you or saying something inappropriate. So, and especially at night time for some reason. So I'm going to leave on a good note. Big up to everybody. Like I said, nice. I'll listen back to it properly later. And we got Johnny as well. Are you an atheist, Johnny?
No, I'm actually more non-theistic. Well, I actually practice Buddhism, but I don't call myself a Buddhist.
Okay, but you're not one of those. All right, that's cool. I don't need to argue with you then. I was just about to say,
yeah,
people getting
like the Dalai Lama recently wrote a book called Beyond Religion. So I mean, if you have the head of the Tibetan Buddhists talking about trying to move beyond religion, it's kind of the idea. I think religions for the most part tend to be more divisive than they are unifying. So I dig the fact that everybody here is trying to come together and find some commonality, but I hate to say it, I feel at the end of the day there's more divisiveness than there is.
Yeah, but these two could be like, in 1,000 years' time, they might say that this was the stream that started world peace. How do you know?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it could have been like
karma works in mysterious ways.
I know, but we have to this is what I'm saying. Like, we have to try, right? At least try. Like, just constant division is it's not good for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, what we need to do is all join forces against those demon atheists. Yeah, and start hunting them down and pillaging them. Yeah, let's get them instead. Let's get them. Anyways, I'm joking, but yeah, to anyone in the chat that's agnostic, don't ever go full retard, which is go atheist.
Don't go Dawkins.
Don't go full retard, yeah, because that's Tropic Thunder. Don't ever go full retard. Yeah, just stay on the agnostic if you have to, because once you go to that dark side,
high IQ.
I'm only joking. There's a lot of the sad thing is that what's sad is that religion has made people look like religion sometimes has got such a bad name because some atheists are behaving better than us religious people, and it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing because they should be like the people that we're chastising, and then you look at them like, okay, well, they're actually behaving more better than us. So they're just I've met a lot of atheists over my time, and they seem to have a more moral standpoint. Obviously, I disagree with them on their stance on the Creator, but are they good people? They're going to be burning in hell or come back as a cockroach. There's no doubt about that. But either one of those, believe it, man. But yeah. Anyway, man, big up to everybody. Oh yeah, Bo Diddley said it. agree with the real estate company. Yeah, Jovi Kante, man. Anyway, I better shoot, man. But we got more Diddy, man.
Is
Yeah,
that
I'll be
Border
salute,
righteous,
Rich?
isn't it?
Raj. What's up, Raj?
Bon, where was your karaoke today, man?
Yeah, YouTube took it down, man. I did about an hour and 45 minutes of karaoke today, man.
Oh, did you? Oh,
Oh,
freaking hell,
shit.
missed it, man.
Yeah,
Is that the real Why So Religious? Sorry.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Oh,
Yeah,
all the
it's
good.
me.
All right.
Oh, thank. Why so religious? Okay. Anyway, I need to shoot anyway, man. Big up to everybody anyway, man.
All right,
All right.
Raj.
Take care, Raj.
It's
Hey
5 in the
Raj,
morning, man.
the day that you can explain reincarnation from the concept of conception, then we'll
Yeah.
take you seriously.
Yeah, I actually had a good conversation with Why So Religious on that. Yeah, we can go
okay.
over it.
Conception.
Yeah,
I did say one thing. I don't know if you agree with this, because like you know why so like, I'm not mocking why, but Why So Religious thinks that, you know, say if you're punished with life cycles of like 1,000 life cycles because you've behaved badly, I think
Let's
he's under the
just use
impression.
two.
Oh, so
Let's
so
use
all right,
one life
right.
cycle.
Well, so let's say 4 years. So let's
The
just
most
say that you
simple
come back as a
concept.
dog, yeah.
One life
You come.
cycle.
Let's just say if you come back as a dog, yeah. I don't think Why So Religious understands that the dog doesn't have to go around doing stuff, yeah, that like, you know, has to control it. He has to just do what a dog does. It's only when you're in human form life that you're given this responsibility of being able to control certain
No.
things like ego
That's the
and.
point, Raj. Why are you trying to mislead what the conversation was? The conversation was, like, let's say there was only one life cycle that you had to live by, and you said that you believed that conception is the start of life. So if a person dies and that they get thrown into one life cycle and they are conceived, but the mother dies, does that count as a life cycle? You couldn't answer.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I know that was the part of the question that I said to you. I don't know. I was just giving a different example, another part of the topic.
But no, wait. When you start talking,
Hey, but you
talking
make
about,
wait,
hey, Mr. Pelu, let me
wait.
say this real quick.
No.
When
I
you,
want to
Raj,
keep
when
it
you say,
discussionary. Keep it
but
discussionary.
Raj, when
Keep it
you try,
discussionary.
Raj,
Keep it discussionary.
Raj, when you tried to diss atheists, don't
Oh,
be
that's why you come on.
atheist.
Look.
No.
Oh, God.
Listen. So when you try to say,
Hey,
don't
no,
go
keep it
full
discussionary. We're not
retard,
talking about other stuff. Just talk
hey,
about the talk issues. Keep it discussionary. We're
why
not talking
can't I
about.
talk? Why
No, I
can't
know,
I
but I just
talk?
want to keep it because it's an educational program. It's an educational program.
So when Raj called people don't go full retard, you didn't say shit about it. But
Hey,
so-
stop
the
using.
second
See, I'm
part.
talking about. Stop using curse words. Don't use the
Right,
curse
so
word. Don't use foul language.
That's
Mr.
not
Pelu, 1 minute.
educational. That's not
Now afterwards, I said, yeah,
Stop
that
using
some of the most.
first
I
curse
said
words. No,
afterwards,
bro.
yeah.
No, wait, Raj. Hey, watch what this. I told you it's an educational program. Why'd you purposely use a curse word right when I told you that? Please, don't do that.
Yeah. I won't say full. I will say full. Dunce. I don't know, whatever. But the thing is, like, I then prefaced it afterwards. That's saying that some religious people, it's quite embarrassing that some atheists actually behaving more moral than religious people, even though they don't have a so-called.
That's not the point, Raj. The point is that you're saying don't go full atheist because it's quote unquote full retard, and then you're saying stay agnostic, but you can't even defend your concept of when reincarnation begins on the life cycle. You realize that?
And I know, and I will say to you this: I will look into.
You can't even defend that.
Let me answer. So what I'll do, I'll get all the greatest philosophers and greatest scholars to
Yeah,
check
let's
up on
have a
it.
Dharma
And
talk
then what
show
we'll do,
too.
we'll go on the thing about reincarnation, and we'll have a proper conversation with us.
Yeah, let's do that soon because we're supposed to have that reincarnation panel.
Yeah,
Like
I think it's a really good topic to kind of like go over.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. Anyway, man, I'm off anyway, man. Take care, guys.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah. No, I think rebirth happens every moment. From moment to moment, we're constantly being reborn. And
Right.
But I think reincarnation.
Is that you, Bo?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Sorry.
No, but I think reincarnation is that's a little bit of a longer process. So like between birth and death, like the Tibetans have what's called the bardos.
Yeah.
So in between death and birth, there's this like stage. Well, actually, technically, this is a bardo too, but when specifically referencing Bardos, you think of the intermediary stage, and it's like 49 days, I think, where you're whatever you call this bolus of energy that, you know, habits and all that tendencies gets reborn. That reincarnation takes longer, but rebirth is constantly happening. I mean, you can even just look at your cells right. Just when I started talking, I don't know how many cells died and were reborn, like millions.
That is
So
some massive reinterpretation of rebirth.
is it?
Yes, it is. That's like philosophically, there is a concept that you never know who you really are because, like you said, cells are always regenerating and dying, and you're shedding them. Now, that's philosophically, but when you start talking about like the rebirth slash reincarnation belief system, that has nothing to do with it. It was never mentioned that the concept of rebirth is that you lose cells and then they regenerate. It has never been presented
I'm
way.
saying that this is how rebirth happens all the time. It's not like rebirth. There in the moment, it's constantly being. I mean, just look around you, man. You don't have to look at it in terms of just the cells. Look at it in terms of the environment, the seasons. There's this constant cycling. It doesn't have to just be in cell. Like, I'm talking about it from a more scientific perspective, that our scientific understanding. But they would have looked at it in terms of a running river or something. You know what I mean? The river returns. The cloud comes back. That kind
Can you
of thing.
provide
Things
that
burn
text?
down like that.
Provide that text. If
I
we're
have a
gonna
book
keep
on
it,
rebirth. I have a
if we're
book
gonna keep
written
it
by Biku
scholarly,
Analio on rebirth right now. It's in my library right now. I can go grab it.
yeah, do that, and then
Okay.
provide your river slash cloud example. I would love
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
to.
Hey,
I would love
l-
that.
yeah. Let me. Hey, I wanted to. I've been watching back and forth though in the background, but I agree with Raj though, man. You know, it's good, and I think Pelu said it earlier though. You know, the little format we're trying to find some type of commonality. You know, because you can have a million debates every day, hear the same shit from Why So Religious and the others about Islam and everything else.
Bo,
And
let me
at
say
the end of the
real
day,
quick, real quick, Bo, real quick, please. I told you it's an educational program. Please don't use any foul language because we're gonna pass it off as an educational program. So please don't use any
right,
foul language.
right. I feel you. My bad. But yeah. Like I say though, it's a breath of fresh air though, you know what I mean? The cut back on like the combative nature and the debates and all that, you know, because it's pointless. Like, I mean, let's be real, like we pretty much heard all Why So Religious
Didn't you
take
type in the
on
chat
Islam
earlier?
and
Did you type in earlier in the chat that you agreed with me about
I
the
forgot what I
bridge?
probably
About the
did
bridge?
agree. I probably just because I agreed with something in the chat that you wrote don't mean that I want to hear you on the panel saying the same
Okay,
thing back and
keep
forth
talking trash then,
that you
Doc.
probably
Keep talking trash.
Okay,
all
why
right.
so religious? I
Relax,
told you it's
Ralph.
an educational program. Why so
Uh,
religious? Why keep the
Relax.
energy down,
yeah,
please?
we're not talking trash today, man.
Please
Like,
keep
Yeah.
the energy down. Why so
let's
religious?
just
Please, I
try to.
beg.
It's,
Just for
it's, it's
today,
not
it's an
even about
educational program.
it's not even about him though at the end of the day though. I'm just talking about the format and
Not
you know
about me,
trying to
but you
build
had to
upon.
reference me,
Man,
dog.
why so
You
religious?
had
Please
to
let him
Hey,
talk,
reference
please.
me.
Why so?
Uh,
I don't want to.
just
Why
chill,
so?
Pelu.
Please, I beg.
Pelu, I ain't gonna feed into it. Just chill. I ain't tripping. But yeah though, like I say, man, you know, big up to y'all, you know, big up the Born and the other dude up top, you know. I like the format, you know, trying something different as far as the non-combative and trying to build upon stuff where you can really get something through. You know, because that other stuff, and like the Punjabi said, to me, like the real battle is against the God fearing and the people with some type of morality and moral compass versus the atheists. Because it's the atheists that come in here and bring that type of energy where they want to turn the world into this whole godless society. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody that live by a code or whatever, you know, for the most part, to me, is like, you all right. You know, as long as it don't turn into something where you trying to stop me from doing what I'm doing. But yeah, man, you know, big up to
All right.
y'all. I just wanted to
So,
tap in and just say that, man.
Thanks,
I have,
Bo. I appreciate it, Bo.
I have the rebirth. The book is called Rebirth in Early Buddhism and Current Research by Bhikkhu Analayo. The foreword is by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Just came out a few years ago. So there's a part here I just picked up and I'm flipping through.
Which
The
Dalai
intermediate.
Lama?
Yeah, well, he wrote the
His
foreword.
Holiness the 14th. He just said.
Yeah, so the
Tenzin Gyatso.
intermediate
Okay.
existence. So it
Just
says here,
double-checking.
before the turning to the doctrine of karma in the next section of this chapter, a few more words are required about the actual transition from one life to the next. In early Buddhist thought, this transition appeared to involve an intermediate existence. Although later traditions hold different opinions on this matter, the idea of an intermediate existence is implicit in listing of different types of non-returner. So there is, in early Buddhism, they did have this idea of,
Which
So
one
can
is
I
the
read-
correct one?
Can I read?
well,
Can
it
I
depends
please read?
on who you,
in the-
which
The
tradition
earlier
you
one
subscribe to.
or the later one? No,
I
asking
prefer
which
the
one-
earlier
Okay.
Buddhist stuff, but that's
no,
just me.
So
no,
in
no,
the back
John,
chat,
Johnny,
you guys please
actually,
chill because
I'm sorry,
oh
Jen.
my god. Well, I'm just trying to say
sorry,
in the
Jen,
back
just real
chat,
quick,
I
though.
posted a
Isn't this
sutta
important?
from the
Okay,
Pali
go ahead.
Canon where the Buddha discusses rebirth, right? So this is an actual sutta from our Pali Canon that he's describing rebirth, right? So I could read you. He says, now from I'm sorry. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato namo sambuddhassa. Okay. Now, from the remainderless fading and cessation of the six sense media comes the cessation of contact. From the cessation of contact comes the cessation of feeling. From the cessation of feeling comes the cessation of craving. From the cessation of craving comes the cessation of clinging sustenance. From the cessation of clinging sustenance comes the cessation of becoming. From the cessation of becoming comes the cessation of birth. From the cessation of birth, then aging and death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, despair all cease. Such is the cessation of this entire mass and stress of suffering. So yeah,
like that
rebirth
mass,
So-
right there.
mass of,
if I may-
stress
if
and
I
suffering
may-
is when I was trying to talk about the bolus of energy. I think that is the mass of suffering, and you know what I
Hey,
mean?
John, let me ask you this. Hey, what does the word bolus mean? You said bolus? What's that?
Like
I
a
don't-
bolus,
explain that word.
you know, like when you, it's like, well, here, when I think of a bolus, it's like when you chew food and it's all mashed up together and then you swallow it. That's a bolus. So a bolus is a single, well, here on Google it says a large dose of medicine, but that's in medical terms. Bolus, food that has been chewed and mixed in the mouth with saliva. So I mean, just like this mixture of emotions and
It's like cud,
sensations.
right? It's like cud?
Like curd?
I think
Like cud,
I think
cud.
the more
Like cud. Like you chew the cud. You know how they say the animals have to chew the cud? Is it like cud?
I guess, yeah. Cud. The cud. Partly digested
I don't
food,
know.
yeah, I guess.
I think
yeah, cud.
I
Cud,
was
that's a
in
good one.
I was in the process of trying to respond to Johnny, and then Jen
Yeah.
Wallace said something, and then I'll respond to that too. But to Johnny's point, he gave two different belief systems. Now the question
Yeah,
would be
well-
which one is the correct one?
I would think that, okay,
if
sorry,
it-
go ahead.
So, if the premise is that there is a correct one, and you're saying that the earliest one believes something and the later one believes something, which one is the correct one? Because we're talking about what has to be absolute
Whichever
truth,
one
right?
you choose
Yeah,
to
Yeah,
believe.
well, I mean,
Absolute truth.
me
right?
personally,
That's what we're
I think
looking
it
for.
happens. I think it's constantly happening all the time, and that when you die, it happens right away. But
So
you know, I
even
don't
the
want to
text-
discredit
even the
or
text-
discount that there's a possibility
even the
of other
text-
ways.
But even the text that you read said that there is no definitive answer, right?
Well, let me try and find that. Where with that page? I lost it. Well, here it's. Look, hey, check it out. Debating rebirth in ancient India. Misunderstandings of the teachings on rebirth. I mean, there's a whole section here talking about it.
I'm not denying that. Then that's
Yeah.
not what I'm saying is, and I'll get to Jen Wallace what she just read, and I think that what she read was actually really interesting. But to the point that we were talking about, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you gave two different belief systems, and neither
Yeah, there's
one
a
of them
Tibetan.
can
That's
be,
a Tibetan one, and then the other one is more of a Theravadan one.
but neither one of them can be proven to be true, even for the belief system that they believe in. That's the
Okay, that's
point,
fine.
right?
That's fine. No, 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 no.
Maybe
Hey,
Okay,
why
not.
so
so religious? That's
there's a
fine. I mean, but we don't want to make today's talk about disproving Buddhism and the different sects of Buddhism. That's not what
Right,
it's
no, no,
right.
no,
for
no, no.
today.
So I have
Yeah.
a. Okay, so in the back I posted I like to use this website because it has trustable monks that have like explained this stuff. So um, this is a breakdown, a discourse by Thanissaro Bhikkhu. He's really well known guy. You could check up on him. So it says the idea that death can be followed by birth was not universally accepted in India in the Buddhist time, as in Digha Nikaya 2 and Majjhima Nikaya 101 show. Some prominent contemplative schools actively rejected the idea of rebirth while others affirmed it. Thus, when the Buddha taught rebirth, he wasn't simply following an unexamined cultural assumption, he was consciously taking a stand on one of the controversial issues of the time. However, his explanation of rebirth differed from other schools on both sides of the issue in that he avoided the question of whether or not there's a what that gets reborn, or if there is a what it is. And they reference suttas that link to those teachings. He also discouraged such speculations as if I take rebirth, what was I in the past and what will I be in the future? He put these questions aside because they all interfered with the path of practice leading to the end of suffering. So he didn't really get into the technicalities of how the rebirth process works
Right.
because he don't know. He didn't know. And what I noticed a lot about the Buddha is he doesn't teach on something he can't really demonstrate. So
Well, he did have memory of his past lives,
Well,
though.
he
Like,
can't. He can't
and the
demonstrate. He can't
Jataka
demonstrate.
tales, but that's because
He
he
can't.
was an
He can't.
ultimate
He
enlightened
can't
being.
Oh, okay, okay.
He
Why so? Let
can't
me ask you a question.
demonstrate.
Why so?
He can't
And
demonstrate his
are you
biggest
able to
point.
demonstrate?
Real quick, Mr. Pelu, Mr. Pelu, real quick. She made a claim. He can't. He can't demonstrate his biggest claim, which is rebirth. You
Well,
realize that?
Okay, that's fine. That's
he
fine. That's fine.
was
Why so? Hey,
he
that's
was
fine. Why so?
bestowed with that knowledge by what was that
And
word?
let me ask you a question.
Hey, wait. Hey, why so? I'm gonna
Supralogical.
ask why so a question real
Let
quick,
me
and then both will go.
let me ask Jen a
Let me see real
question
quick.
though before. Let me just
All right,
ask
all right,
this
go, go,
question.
go, 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 go,
We
go.
already know where why so religious trying to go, and I don't think you get the concept of the night show. But is there like a universal like understanding of rebirth as across like different cultures in Buddhism? Like if you talk to Japanese people that practice Buddhism, does that
Yes.
concept
It's going to
so
be
that it
different than the Chinese. It's going to be different than the Indians. It's going to be different than
yeah.
the Tibetans. It's going to be different from the Sri Lankans. So, yeah, it's all going to have
That's
cultural
exactly what I was saying.
influences. It's all
Okay,
going to
why
have
so?
cultural
Hey, okay,
influences.
let me ask why so religious question. Okay, yeah, and it's piggyback on the same question, so everybody can still answer. Because it's piggybacking on the same question. Why so religious? Okay, we know there's differences between this and that. If you go, if we whether you can prove this and that, but is it possible as somebody who like you who might not believe in religion, or even I'm saying I don't know your personal beliefs. I'm just going by what I can see. Even your name is why so religious, so it's almost like you're. It seems like you might not be a believer in religion. Is there a way that even you can engage with us also in ethical humanitarian discourse and say, you know what, I know there's differences more than anything, but is there a way we can still talk and diffuse hostilities? What is your outlook? We
So
can talk about our outlooks and people. Wait. Let me land real quick. Let me land. Okay, we can look at our outlook as people of different faiths, right? But what about you who might not subscribe to faith? What is your outlook for even if you don't want to say interreligious or interfaith of interdoctrinal or inner or inner or inter ideological ethical humanitarian discourse? What is your approach to that?
So I don't have a belief system that says divinely that there are rules how to treat other people that disagree or do not have the same viewpoint as me. So I just engage with them intellectually or through conversation. I don't have like Islam, for example, has rules how to deal and to enforce on people who do not believe the same thing. Now, Christianity does not have so much the concept of Islam that you have to
So, but
enforce
no, but
things
what
on
about
other
you? I'm
people.
saying
I'm
we know
answering.
about
I'm
us. We know about
answering.
religious people. We know about religious people.
So
We're
I
not
did.
talking about religious people.
Did I
We're talking
not?
about
Did I not just
non-religious
answer?
people.
Did
Is
I
there a way
not
you could
just
talk?
answer?
Okay, okay.
Did I not just answer you that I
Okay,
don't
what he's
have
saying,
that?
what he's saying, we get it, we get it, we get it. So the answer is no, Pelu. He doesn't. That's what he's telling you basically. No, he doesn't have it. Like in Islam has a book where they can teach you, or they have a certain code with they go about dealing with people of different faith. He's saying no, he doesn't have it.
So you don't have a
I
code.
have an
Okay,
intellect. I have an intellectual and conversation, a discussional, like a way to discuss with people and converse with them. Standard. I don't have a quote unquote code like
so what's your stand? Okay, what's your
Bo
standard?
Diddley
What's
said.
your standard? Tell me your standard. And of course, the theme of this whole series and this initiative is ethical humanitarian discourse. So, what is your standard when you hear those words I just said? Ethical humanitarian discourse. According to your standard, what will come to mind of what to do? What will come to mind according to your standard in response?
To converse with the person.
He
Oh,
just want to
just to
brain
convert.
wrestle. He just want to brain wrestle. That's his standard. He just want
I
to find
just
people of faith that believe in religion, and he
no,
want to brain
because
wrestle with them.
that's not fair.
That's
That's
it.
not fair, Bo Diddley, because I also, I have it out with atheists all the time. Like I don't agree.
So
Like
he
I'm a
want to brain
very
wrestle with everybody. It's not just
no,
religious people.
no,
He
no,
just want to brain wrestle and debate and be combative
Bo
with
Bo
everybody.
Diddley, Bo Diddley. I don't ascribe to a concept that every person should believe in something. I believe that every individual should have their own opinions and belief systems that they
Okay,
hold
let me
dear to themselves.
Okay, and why so? I think Bo made a good point, and I'm gonna tell you why I think Bo made a good point. Let me tell you why I think Bo made a good. It's like this. Okay, do you think that that might be a benefit of religion? Because okay, like for example, do you think about not having a subscribed religion that right now is like you have nowhere to direct your intellectual the excessive intellectual ability because like you might be, you have an active mind, right? Do you think there's a better place to focus your active mind? Like, for example, I'm a religious person, and my mind is focused on examining theology and my relationship with my Creator. Now, you might not have the same mindset, but where is your mind focused that it consumes your energies and your and your and consumes your rational exertions? Like, where are you placing your rational exertions, and what can
So,
we learn
so
as religious people and non-religious people of where to put our rational exertions for
my
us to benefit all of us again with the theme of ethical humanitarian discourse.
so ethically, my primary concept is to my wife and my son. Ethically, you know what I'm saying? Like that's where my quote unquote ethics would lie. Is my wife and son, my family. Now, um, if you want to pursue further than that, then I would say that after that, it depends on where I live and the laws that I follow so that I do not become a hazard to the society that I live in. And then, what was your second word out of three? I'm sorry.
Humanitarian.
So
Do you believe in
so
humanity? And what are your and what is the imperative of what is the imperative of a belief, or maybe you don't want to say belief, acknowledgement or realization of your place in humanity? What is the imperative of that?
so humanity I think is just the way that other humans treat other humans, and that you should deal with them the way that they treat other humans. Like, it would be unfair to say that a Janus treats, I mean, like a Muslim or Christian treats a person the same way that a Janus treats a person, right? Like, there are difference in like belief systems and the way that people are, to try to compare them to a humanitarian concept, such as like me. I treat people the way that they treat me. When I come on to most panels, I always say thank you, or before I leave a panel, I say thank you for having me on. It doesn't matter if me and the person argue, the panel host. It doesn't matter. I'm still thankful that they allow me on. But during the conversation, if we are gonna argue, if you take it to personal matters, I'm gonna take it to personal matters too. In my opinion, that's humanitarian, which is
Hey, Peyton.
equal
Yeah.
equal response between humans.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I guess that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Thanks so much, Wise Religious. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Wise Religious. Thanks so much. You want to say something, Bo?
No,
Hey,
go
Bo.
ahead. I was, at the end of the day, like I say, man, I think I like the direction that you're trying to go in, right? Like I see the vision, and what I think what you was trying to ask him, where he went to Babylon, is it got to be some type of foundation. You know what I mean? For you to even enter into these conversations to build upon it, or are you just simply coming into it just to attack it? You know what I mean? Like, do you have some type
Yeah,
of, or is
that's
your
what we're
only
trying to get
goal
to.
just to attack it and
Yeah, I think
just be
atheists have a
disruptive?
bad rap for being hostile towards religion, or at least they, in the past 10 years or so, ever since those four horsemen of the atheists or whatever, Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins. Ever
Right,
since then, they became like a militant and they became really aggressive, and
right.
you know, I
But even
think
even
they're
before them though, I've always
oh,
even before them. But like even when you talk about other religions, like he like to bring up Christianity, try to put Christianity. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? There is an understanding amongst Muslims, Jews, and Christians or whatever. Whereas there are Abrahamic religions, and there's a certain understanding amongst
Yeah,
even what they want out of life. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, all three religions just want to raise their children in a
This
way in which
coming,
they see as being righteous, right? Just
Right.
this coming,
raising
this
righteous
coming,
children,
dude,
brother. I'm
oh,
not
wait,
talking
wait,
this
to
wait,
you
wait,
right
coming,
right.
now,
this coming from a
Why so,
guy.
please? Why
brother.
so,
I'm not.
please, please? Why so, please? Why
Not
so,
do a
please?
personal
Matter
thing,
of fact,
please.
let him get it off his chest right now, because I don't want him to
No,
interrupt.
Nah,
no, 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 no. Because no, the reason why I can't do
I'm
that,
not
bro,
doing
because I told you,
personal things, man.
it's because the nature of this talk. We have a
No,
certain
this
direction.
isn't
You know that.
personal. This isn't
It's the
personal.
nature of this.
This is just a
Nature.
fact. This is coming from a
Please.
guy. This is coming from a guy who argued that Christians had a better life in Qatar, and then jumped off the panel when I told him, "You're in delusion if you think that Christians have a
Okay,
better life in Qatar than you have in America, my
right
guy."
now,
Okay
right
then.
now.
Okay then.
Hold on a second. Let me just respond to this, right? Because right now you have Christians from all over different countries, third world countries or whatever, going to Qatar to work as expats. Majority of Qatar's population are expats that come from outside and aren't Muslim.
They ain't Christian, bro.
They're Christians, brother.
Some of
All
them are
those
Oh
yes.
my
Filipino maids,
Some of them,
gosh,
a lot of
all
dude.
those
Filipino, yeah.
maids from the
There's a lot of
Philippines that
Christians
work in those Muslim houses, all of the expats that come from America to work in different
in
sectors, they're
East Africa
Christians.
too. East
They're
Africa, a lot of
Christians.
East Africans too.
You claim that there were Christians that had a better life in Qatar than you had in America, dude. You
Hey,
realize that that's a
listen.
lie, dude.
Hey, no,
You
hey,
realize that
watch
that
religion,
is
watch
a
religion. Hey, watch
false,
calm
that is
down,
not
watch
a
religion.
true statement.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. Though. I'm gonna tell you this though. I have a cousin right now. She's in Dubai. As a matter of fact, Jen met her online one time too. She came on, but anyway, she live in Abu Dhabi. Her husband works for the central bank. He used to work for the Federal Reserve in Atlanta, but then he got a job with the Emirati Federal National Bank, whatever central bank in Emirati. And they've been living there for a minute. They got them. They living a good life over there. Even her when she came over, she came over for her husband's job, but she ended up getting a job with the teaching ministry, and then she did them promoted her like crazy. She's like the woman in the teaching ministry over there. She goes around the world recruiting people. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is that some people have a good life, some people have a not. But he just trying to say
No,
that
dude, he does. No, no, no.
no. What I'm trying to
The
say is that
Christians and
it's not point.
the
It's no
Christian
point. It's no
Christians.
point in making this argument.
No,
What I'm
Hey,
trying to say is
hey,
that
listen.
hey,
is some people live good, some people don't live good. But
hey,
what I'm trying
just
to say,
let
to
them.
make a long story short, let me just finish real quick. I mean, I don't see
Yeah,
no point
because
in
I'm
even
over
bringing it up.
time. So
Anyway,
yeah,
man, y'all take it easy, man. Shout out to the panel, man. Like I say, man, I
big
see
up
your vision,
both.
man.
Big up
Yeah.
for coming through. I
All right,
appreciate
well,
it,
thank
man.
you.
All right, man.
What happened? Your thing breaking up. You breaking up.
Yeah, he's breaking up.
You're breaking up. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Because the reason I was going like that because I mean we'll go. It was so irrelevant, and I'm like it don't even matter really. You know what I'm trying to say? Like I'm just saying I know some people have a good life, and I'm not saying that I'm not making the same statement that everybody's Christian have a better life in Qatar or whatever. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that I know some people have a good life over there, but it's not about that right now. We're just talking about building bridges. You know what I'm saying? And if people have a good life there, I think he made a point just because bridges can be built. Like for example, my cousin in Dubai, she's not even a Muslim, but she likes it over there. Now she has a big nicer view of Muslims. I mean, I'm not saying she had a bad view of Muslim before, but she went to a Muslim country and excelled her life, and so she has like a great view of the Middle East now because her life got excelled in. So I'm trying to say that whatever build, and this is an example of building bridges. Whatever build bridges, better whether it's going to work in another country or discoursing in another country. This
Mm.
program about building bridges, and I think that's a good thing to build bridges. So that's why only reason I came behind Bo on that because I've seen people go into those countries and build bridges. Is that always the case? No, some people might have worse experiences, but we gotta look at everything for everything. But let's find how to accentuate what puts us together, accentuates what puts us together, so we can flourish as a species.
Yeah, facts, man. I agree. Like, I agree,
And
man.
again, one more time, and one more shout out to
That's what
Anan.
this
He's
whole
in the
thing
chat.
is about.
Yeah, well, and one more shout out to Anan in the chat. Only I'm giving him a special shout out because he helped me prepare a lot. We were working together and we review this thing and let's go back and drawing board for session number 2 because he went and we're gonna do some prep sessions and we'll get ready session number 2. But shout out to Anan for helping me prep.
Mm. Yeah, big up, and then he's dropping some good comments in there, man. Some good comments, but yeah. So I'm 10 minutes over time. I gotta get to work tomorrow, so I'm definitely gonna cut this off now. Thank
Yeah,
you for
Good night.
everyone that came through. Keep tuned for
part
part
2.
2. Yep, coming soon, man. Coming soon. Um,
All right, thank you, Jeff, for hosting me and having this
no,
hosting
thank
us up.
you, thank you. This is good, man. I wanna keep doing this. You know what I'm saying? I think this
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
good thing. Yeah.
All
All
right.
right. Big up everyone. Big up
Nice
everyone in
everybody.
the chat. Yeah, I'll put the thing up for part 2 and we'll figure out when would be a good time. All right.
Okay then. Peace out, everybody.
All right. Take care, guys. Big up.